prayer. Prayer. The government tell us we woke, and at the same time sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watch through a telescope? The Illuminati cyclops, beast mark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocking the nebula quotes is like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Rod Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. They made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter write, he can steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Into the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say killer flows is like pillar porticos that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display with gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers. As the clan went from loud records, and Priest and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's are where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants. With unclean skin disease, they called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on steelies, inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis, lazuli, channel vibes to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks sits on amethyst. I write my scrolls on a clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold, the untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen bin, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most roll to him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins. When we take the mic, we're the walking life.
The D's rated houses looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands. The razors and the juxin, through the mazes of the bullpen. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims, except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What words will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Dazed, the mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver, a gold spitter and a soul filler. I came to slay the Antichrist. Walking life, walking life. Yeah, that's my prayer.
Now, who were some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing. Yo, finally we started off different, man. Yeah. Yo, shout out to everybody out, man, that's coming in. Yo, man, that video right there. Yo, I want to start off by saying shout out to all the love that they've been showing for the video. You got to know when we was out there walking, man, I did a live on it on one of my Instagram. So we was walking all day. So people say, yo, you know what I mean? I know I gotta get it. I'm getting in the gym now, but I'm just saying, we was walking all day during that video shoot because we was really there to see the pyramids. And so you know, the Aztecs, the Mayans, and there's a lot of history, man. When you get out there, it's really mind blowing when you're really there. Not just, you know, seeing a picture. Seeing a picture is one thing, but actually being there, seeing those structures, it's mind blowing, yo. It's incredible. Word. So yeah, so that's it. You know, the video was done that way, and it was great. Shout out to Quavo. He's the same brother who did Superman. Hey, do you remember that one? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shout out to Thurston Howe also, who came through the craft on the wind down. Shout out to Knowledge Born. It was a great interview. It was great seeing all the artists who was back in the 90s, man, that's still doing it. I think he even go back to the 80s. I'm pretty sure. Yep, exactly. And also, we brought a little bit of pop locking. Shout out to you, Glizzy Hendrix. I like that. Mm-hmm. So it was different, and it was great that we can go back. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your host, Killah Priest, and on Running the Rock is none other than ADA Dizzle.
Yeah. Peace. What's good?
Yeah, I know him, Solo Gems.
What's good, y'all? How you doing? Coolin'.
Yo, man, you came off good in the video.
Oh, yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, man. It's cool. You know, it was official, the way it was shot and everything, but nothing beats some of the artifacts that we seen. The Jaguar, you know, man, there's so much stories. I can't go through it all, but I could get some on my Patreon, so I can't go through the whole thing, man. It's gonna be a great show today, man. A lot of stuff is going on. Man, you got Diddy case that started. Everybody up on that? So Diddy case started. I think TG Jakes stepped down. Whole bunch of stuff is going on right now. I mean, Paul Shannon Sharp is going through it, but he's still on his podcast. But it's like, yo, why do you think all these things are happening now? A lot of people are being exposed. A lot of things are coming to the forefront now. And it's for a reason, man. I mean, you think as it gets thick and thick, that people will start having discernment and looking at the time that we in. A lot of exposure is coming out now. Let me turn this over. I can't do it right now. My man Walsh. I'll DJ from Guam. I can't answer it right now if you're looking at the Podcraft.
Right.
But there's a lot of. I can't wait to Z come through too. Z will be here in a minute. There's a lot of stuff that's going on that's taking place right now. And we can't be blind to it. If you are looking at it, it's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. I am walking life. Man. Let me put this. Yeah, I get it.
You know what they say about distractions, right?
Yeah, man.
I know.
The thing is, Priest is expanding so much, we literally need a secretary.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. Y'all see my shows are coming up. I have a whole bunch of shows. I'll be in Chicago. I think I'm doing something in Brooklyn again.
You getting to that point, Priest. You need a personal assistant.
Yeah.
Someone to handle a lot of that scheduling stuff for you, all that.
Well, I got somebody. I got a lot of people, people that's working right now, and we doing our thing. We expanding and putting it together. With this, we're going to have to start expanding this more. You know what I'm saying? It's time to grow. It's always room to grow. There's room for everybody in there. I got my voice back, so I was a little nervous that my voice was kind of like not going to come back. I started coughing like it was crazy out there, leaving. And this happened for like months. And then when I went to the studio today, it was like, okay, your voice sounded a little. Jay Blast, shout out to him. He says the light of truth shines brightly through darkness. Indeed. Indeed. Light and truth. Before we talked about distraction and being distracted, let's get into this, man. Shout out to Naphtali too, man. They come through too. So we was talking about being distracted and how you get distracted is hard to pick up a book now, and it's on high levels. So the way that they're doing it is on high levels. I don't like to talk about it so much, but we can show film. We showed little documentaries and little things on it of what's going on out there. You have to take consideration and look at some of these things are real. You're not distracted. You know, and it's hard because we all are distracted. But getting on the internet and trying to escape that's where you come on to the Podcraft though. You're gonna be shooting straight knowledge here, and you're gonna music, good, you know, sound, and family, and orientation. You know, we got a whole family going on right here. AD's part of the family. I mean, so nothing like it. Killah Priest. Oh, you remember that? Peace, y'all. Peace. Everybody showing up. Dave Flores in the building. Shout out to him. We're going to set up. We're going to set up a Kickstarter for our mini movie, and I'm almost finished that. I got to get on that. I'm not going to front Dave Flores. I was a little lacking. I was a little busy, but you know how it goes. Dave Flores says, "How about those Knicks?"
That's 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing that happened.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, I'm from New York, so I'm the black sheep when it comes to that. I understand. It's all good. Good to see the, competition. Adversity.
Let me see. Ben Frank, what up? What up, my salute KP, Solo Gems. I listen to Abraxas album every day when I walk. I listen to the Abraxas album and the Exorcist album. Nighthawk. Yeah, man, go get those. Mike is cutting off.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get this. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have a good show for y'all today, man. But like I said, why do you think a lot of things is happening? A lot of conflict going on, and people being exposed, stars of just coming down now. I mean, there's the information age. You can go online and you can just look at all these things come to fruition. Things are falling apart. We have the gender wars. We have the narcissistic viewpoints, and then we have the gaslighting phenom. Everybody's the cook-up culture is desensitized, and we're drinking tea. You know what I'm saying? We slow it down, and just like when Mary was up here,
right?
She said the ill thing. She said we have to learn how to live with being bored, and being bored again. I mean, the dopamine phenom is crazy.
Yeah,
right now, dopamine. Everybody want that next hit of dopamine. You want the feel good sensation, and we get that. But sometimes you got to learn how to meditate, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people religious who don't like to deal with that word meditate. We can switch it up because it is, even studying is a form of meditation.
Yeah.
Think about it. You're using your mind. You're opening up the world of your imagination. You know what I mean? Concentrating in the spiritual realm. What do you think about the 48 laws of power? I know them all. Well, hold on. I can't talk right now, my brothers. Word. What do you think about the 48 laws of power? I know them all and have read Machiavellian, The Prince. Man, it's something about those 1500s, man. In the 1500s, the 1400s, and they were coming out with these books, and that the native people had the science back then, right? So what they would do, if they didn't have the science, they would just listen to the natives or people that was more connected to their first where they were and the universe, because they depended on getting food from there. So you have to have a connection. This is scientific, man. This is real. But you got to have a connection where you live at with the sky and the earth. As above, so below. You got to have that connection in order to farm. You have to have awareness about your neighborhood too, about your surroundings, and about everything that's going on in your facility. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you connected to your and grounded, that's what they said, be grounded. And you're planting for your food, you're eating your food, you're in tune with your universe, you're in tune with your God, whatever feeds you, whatever's around you, the cow, you know, it means something in the South. You know, it might not mean nothing here. We call it the iron, I mean, up there they call it the iron horse, but out there they really got horses. And they talk to their horses, they get familiar with their people. So, you know, a lot of people want to make money. I can't. I know why y'all calling me when y'all know I'm on the show.
I mean,
I can't do it.
I mean, I'll just put the phone down. But
I know, but I try to.
Yeah, I know you gotta check it when you can. But when you're talking, just just don't even look at it. But
okay,
right.
I'm sorry. Naphtali's hanging out by stage. AD, let her through.
No, she's already here.
Oh, what up, Naphtali? Oh, shout out to Crip Jesus and McCap. They're in the studio right now, recording. That's dope.
Hey, Shalom, can you hear me?
Hey, what's going on with you?
All right, I was wondering if I was on or not. I was just sitting here.
Yeah.
You're on, but your camera's off.
Oh, man.
Okay.
What up?
Well, it's going to have to be off right now. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Can you,
How you doing, man?
What's up?
I love it, man. Coming through to join the Podcraft today. I know one day you're going to do your presentation, and I can't wait for it. A lot of people say you go too far, too crazy, but I like too far, too crazy. If it wasn't for too far, too crazy, we wouldn't have a relationship with light, first of all, and fire. You know, discovering fire, it's whole another level.
Right.
They're just sitting in the dark. And I know your knowledge is, they said, be the light of the world. So knowledge comes through the darkness as light. So there you go. How you been?
I've been doing good. How about you? Your son, I didn't see your name.
Solomon.
Oh, okay. Most I bless to you, Solomon.
Much
You
love.
said they say I go a little too far?
What you said?
You said they say I go a little too far?
Well, yeah. Well, you know, a lot of people who's not on your level or doesn't understand. I know you break down Canaanites where people didn't never touch on those levels like that. You know, the Canaanites, and then also you talk about other things like the Anunnakis and you know, the Anunnakis, the fallen angels, and how they affect us in our society. And Steve, you was telling me some crazy stuff that I love. And a lot of the stuff.
I'll talk to you about it tonight if you got time. I'll talk to you about it tonight if you got time.
Oh yeah, definitely. We always got time for that, man. Let's get into it. Yeah, let's get into it.
Well, you guys know that, like you said, I go a little far, so let's go.
Yeah.
All right. So Steve Jobs. So, you know, we all love our iPhones. We love our iPads. But there's something called extraterrestrial technology, right? But we're going to take it a step further with the fallen angel technology. And if you're familiar with the fallen angels, you know, they're supposed to be, you know, according to scripture, that the angels came down when they weren't supposed to. You know, Simyaza in Book of Enoch, right? It was written that the watchers or the fallen angels were led by the angel Simyaza. And he had a lust for the human women.
What was the name again? Real quick.
His name was Simyaza. So he was up there in heaven. You know, he was up there they had jobs they were supposed to do. But he saw these women. He saw these women down there. He couldn't resist, so he came down. And it was forbidden. And so what ended up happening is he started to give, based off the Book of Enoch, it says in Book of Enoch, chapter 8, verse 3, that the angel Simyaza taught enchantments, root cuttings, and castings of spells.
Okay, if you're going to walk us through it. Real quick, AD, could you pull up Enoch, chapter 3?
Chapter 8.
Chapter 8, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to do a presentation with this for you. You think I can wait?
Yeah, you can wait. You can wait. Come back. You can walk us through it real slow, just so we have an idea what's going on, so we won't be so blown out the universe. This is good
Okay,
stuff.
that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to come on, and I'll have everything. I have it all set up for you. I'll have it all together. But the thing is, let's just talk about Steve Jobs real quick, right?
Okay.
So Steve Jobs. So on Ancient Aliens, have you ever saw the show Ancient Aliens? Watched the show Ancient Aliens?
Not familiar.
Not familiar. Okay.
No,
it used to be.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I never really sat and watched it. But I have a gist of what's going on or stuff like that. But I never watched it yet. No.
Never watched it. Okay. But Ancient Aliens used to be a show. You guys look it up on YouTube. It's a really good show. It used to come on back then, some years ago. And they actually did a show on Steve Jobs. They said that Steve Jobs might have been influenced by extraterrestrial sources. They said that he was influenced and he was guided by extraterrestrial beings. Yeah, they said that this iPad and this iPhone and all this stuff that we use was actually brought to him. These advancements were actually brought to him by extraterrestrial. So they said back in the 70s, Steve Jobs had went on a spiritual enlightenment. He was seeking a spiritual enlightenment. So he went on a spiritual journey to India. So he began to practice Buddhism, and he studied the Eastern spiritual text. So he was studying these texts, and he became a Buddhist. So that started to shape his philosophy. That started to shape his personal endeavors. And so he started to blend Eastern spirituality with Western technological innovations. So this trip that he went on, not only was he seeking, spirituality, but he also was teaching the knowledge for technology. So he was actually led by this spiritual teacher named Nin Karoli Baba. So like I said, so he went to India, he became a Buddhist. And so he had this spiritual teacher named Neem Karoli Baba.
Can you pull that up right there? Can we pull that up real quick?
Okay.
Then Karoli Baba, can we find him?
Neem is Neem Karoli. Oh, there he is. Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Snap. Wait a minute. Wow. So he was with Steve Jobs?
Well, Steve Jobs went to him. So we think about it like this, right? So back in the 70s, he went on this spiritual journey, seeking for spiritual enlightenment. So he became a Buddhist. So he went and he sought Neem Karoli Baba, which is him. And he is a Maharaj. And he was a great Indian saint of the Himalayan lineage. Okay, so they said who was said to have left his body. So they said that he left his own body. He was able to leave out of his body. That was back in the 70s. And he was known as the Miracle Baba. So all throughout northern India, they said he was a manifested many siddhis for our power. So a siddhi is a power. And so like they said, so they're saying Baba was known to leave his body. He had the ability to leave his body. Now, if people want to sit up here and say, what is she talking about? I'm talking about what Steve Jobs has done. Okay, this is what he's telling his story. And this is his spiritual journey. And he said that he went to India, he became a Buddhist, and he sought specifically him. He sought this Baba who said that he left his body. So Steve Jobs must have wanted to leave his own body as well.
Right. Well, AD he left his body a couple of times, out of body experience.
Yeah, that's just like sleeping, astral projection.
But
deep sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you actually, so you have right.
Astral projection.
You have a witness right here.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't through the same route as meditation, because you can get there through meditation also. But I did it through just like accidental. It happens every now and then for me. But
Really?
it's
So
beautiful.
you're astral projecting.
Yeah, not on purpose. It's just I've been to that deep sleep to where you go even deeper,
Mm-hmm.
and then I became conscious of it.
Past the REM stages.
Yes, totally. I've gone like 2 levels up, which isn't that high because there's higher levels. But
Really?
yeah, I just love the flying part. I do a lot of flying.
Flying. Okay,
Yeah.
because like I talk in my sleep, and I can actually like it's like I'm there in my dreams, but I'm not projecting. I'm not leaving. Having an out of body experience or anything like that.
Yeah, the flying part is my favorite part. I've actually spoken to some people and I've seen like unfamiliar faces and all that, but I always end up leaving the room trying to go outside to fly again.
So are you like a drone? I guess like over like how a drone you can pretty much like it's flying all around.
Well,
and you're
so
able to
when it
see
starts,
everything?
when it starts, you're still in your bedroom. So I can feel myself leaving my body, but I float down. I don't float up. Like every time you see it online, you're floating up. But for me, I end up floating down off to the side of the bed and just kind of end up like just becoming like a dead fish. And then once after a while you gain like control. You only have so much control. Then you're able to go outside the room, fly straight up. It's an incredible experience. But I started having them years ago, and it usually happens, when.
So there's a witness. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
So you said the unfamiliar faces that you.
Yeah, I've had some where like I'm in a room.
Mm-hmm. So what triggered it? What do you think made it start? And then what I guess causes it to happen after that?
For me, because I used to be a regular cannabis smoker. So
okay.
When you stop smoking cannabis, all of a sudden your dreams become way more vivid. So I would go on and off. So I would go like 2 months without smoking weed. At the same time, I'm also someone that experiments with caloric intake. You know what I mean? So like I count my macros, count my calories and stuff like that. So when you undereat, you're more likely to have a deeper dream in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So I would like undereat by a few hundred calories, maybe 1,500 calories for a certain day or something. You go to bed a little bit hungry, but then when you wake up, you have to have a little bit of cortisol in you. So because I have a cat, I have to wake him up and feed him. I mean, you know what I mean?
Oh, he's gonna make sure you do that.
Yeah. But what's crazy is when you go back to sleep, you have a little bit of cortisol in your system. So you're half asleep and half awake. And having that cortisol in your system, that's when you have the crazier dreams. You know what I mean? Most people have the craziest dreams in the morning because they're partially awake. You know what I mean? So you go through a thing called sleep paralysis, and your body's paralyzed, and then but you're like so comfortable. And then so I would go into these deeper sleeps. When it first starts happening to people get scared. Like I woke up in the middle of sleep paralysis and was freaking out because I couldn't move my body. You know what I mean? As it started happening more and more often, like maybe like first it was twice a month, then it was like twice a week and stuff like that. Then it started getting deeper and crazier and flying, and all I could remember was I need to remember this when I wake up. I was aware I was dreaming, but it was so real, man, that all you could say is like I need to remember this when I wake up because this is incredible. And then once you go through enough of those, like you no longer are afraid of death. Because you literally feel. Don't forget, I experimented with mushrooms. I've done all kinds of crazy weed. Like all of that, I think, kind of prepares your mind.
Psychedelics. Oh no, psychedelics.
Yeah, I've never done acid, but I think doing psychedelics kind of prepares your mind to do astral projection and things like that because it has to do a lot with DMT. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah. I'm following you.
You know about the pineal gland and dimethyltryptamine and craziest hallucinogen in the world is in your brain, all that stuff. So the third eye open, but yeah, you literally can feel like a opening of your eye. So anyway, it's basically your third eye opening while you're dreaming. That's what I kind of consider it, and it's
that's heavy. Everybody doesn't experience that.
No,
but then you know that there's validation to what she's talking about. You and Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs had to go out there. But continue. This is getting good.
I can go on forever. I don't want to take away the show.
No. This is let's have some fun. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
So, and it's cool because, like you were saying, so people can understand what the astral projecting is, as well as an out of body experience and what like you were saying, what people are seeking, and so like I said, back in the 70s, now we know in the 70s, a lot of, they were on the, what was it, glue? Was that what it was called? And those different the mushrooms and all those different psychedelics and things like that, cocaine and all that. But so it says okay, so it was talking about Steve and how he went to that spiritual Baba, and he went to India. Now, he was known as the Miracle Baba. If you guys want to put him back up there, he was known as the Miracle Baba, and he was popular all through the northern portion of India. So it says he manifested many CDs, so he had powers. And they said some of the most famous or highly requested CDs were the ability to be in two places at once. So I don't know if you was able to do that, AD. Were you able to be in two places at the same time?
I mean, technically, I was somewhere else. For sure.
He was in the bed. And he was,
he
was on your way to the mirror. Huh?
There's different levels. If you hit the higher level, an even deeper level, you could literally be talking to some like extraterrestrial beings or other types of beings like really far away. Do you know what I mean?
Now, I never heard of communicating back. If that's heavy, that's the next level. Because they have like classes of it, like close encounter of the first kind, and then second kind, third kind, and fourth kind. So it's like, have you heard of Elijah Muhammad?
Yeah, I heard of Elijah Muhammad.
So around this time, he have a book called Mother Plane, and he spoke on UFOs, and he called it the Mother Plane, and it's around the same period of time. But he
never heard of that, the Mother Plane. I like that.
Yeah. He wrote a book on the UFO, and Farrakhan speaks about it a lot also. You know what I mean? If you look at Farrakhan, he talks about, through the teachers, they always have levels like that. They talk about the Mother Plane and the Mother.
This is Islam, right? This is with Islam. They actually talk. Okay, cool. Okay, interesting. The Mother Plane. I never heard of that one. I got to look into Elijah Muhammad. I never pictured them speaking on things like that. So thank you. That's another person I'll look into. So Steve Jobs wanted to be in two places at one time. So he seeked this CD or this power so that he was able to do that. Now, they said that once, or putting his devotees in the samadhi, okay? The samadhi, which is the state of God consciousness. So what AD was speaking on, he wasn't at that level of God consciousness.
Right.
So there was a level of God consciousness that Steve Jobs was looking for. And this Baba, this Miracle Baba, was able to put you in this state of God consciousness with the touch of a finger. So he was able to, with a touch of his finger, he was able to put you in this God consciousness. Would you want to go over there and get put in this God consciousness?
Man, yes, of course.
You
want to be in that? You want to be in that zone? I mean, they have like retreats, right? I'm planning on doing a retreat.
You talking about ayahuasca?
Yeah, well, there's different ayahuasca retreats and Sick Jacket. Shout out to Sick Jacket. He goes on these retreats, and it was called what's the native? It's like they get into it's a name for it though. Retreat. Come with me to this. It was like big in the 90s. A lot of people, probably in the 60s too. Like a lot of hippies, right? They go and people that's seekers. They go to retreats and they take ayahuasca. I think you're right, AD. They take ayahuasca, and that's in Peru. And a lot of places they go and they separate themselves from civilization and they go into the nature. And they sit down and they have ceremonies. There you go, S&DA ceremonies. Thank you, Z and D ceremonies. And they sit around and they take either mushrooms or they go into hot. Almost had it. Hot springs or hot pool. They have these ceremonies where they do, and so I was offered to go there a whole bunch of times, and Burning Man is one probably, but I'm just answering them out there. But yeah, so they got these things. Well. In reality, they do sit in circles and crop circles. I don't want to reveal something, but somebody sent me a picture of them in a crop circle, going somewhere. Yeah, walking around. I'd say Erykah Badu.
Really?
Yeah.
Walking around a crop circle?
Yes.
Awesome.
She was walking around a crop circle. Yeah.
Cool. Now, I have never done any, I'm just like the most bland person. The most thing you'll see me do is drink a soda. But like I said, I like to research the stuff, though, right?
Yeah.
I like to look into it.
Yeah.
But now when you look at CD, remember CD is Sanskrit, okay? And it means knowledge. So when he went to seek this Baba, he seeked knowledge. Like I said, he wanted to be on the God level of consciousness. And the power of the CD was the power. And we all know that knowledge is power. And that's why he chose the apple as the symbol. Because we know that Eve, she it was all about knowledge with the apple. That's why she bit the apple, correct?
Ooh, what if the apple could have been? I don't want to go there, but what if the apple would have been like a?
Go there. Let's go.
So So we say apple. We say apple, but it could have been. It was just named a fruit. So the fruit could be some type of sort of psychedelic or a method of going like manna, coming from heaven, right? So manna, eating those things, you probably have some type of psychedelic effect. If you look at nature, it does feed you certain things that will take you there, such as marijuana and certain teas.
Cannabis. And you know what? It could have been something else. It's interesting that they did choose the apple, but yeah, it could have been anything. It necessarily wasn't an apple, right?
Right.
But we know that the apple symbolized knowledge. And that's why Steve Jobs chose the apple, because it represented knowledge. Now, the CDs are paranormal, supernatural, magical. These are magical powers. They offer paranormal, supernatural type of powers. Okay, and they said the abilities and the attainments, and how you get this is through yoga. I know, but I'm gonna say it. People out here doing yoga, they might be seeking spiritual empowerment, spiritual enlightenment.
Yeah.
Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it did something weird, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's me. I'm multitasking in the background.
Oh, that's you. Okay, just making sure it's not me. All right.
Yeah,
So through meditation and yoga, they said that you can increase your level of knowledge or CD through yoga and meditation to get to that God level of consciousness. So they said, so what this is saying is through meditation and yoga, you can attain these CDs, these magical powers, and these abilities. So that's what they're doing over there in India. And then a lot of people over here are taking these yoga classes. A lot of people over here are taking these, doing all these spiritual meditations, and they're trying to seek magical powers, I guess we can call it, paranormal activity. Have you ever done yoga? Have you guys ever participated in meditation?
I just stretched the imagination. Oh yeah, Solomon.
Somewhat. Yeah, I took a class. I mean, that's what I did. This is like in college though. So, I just did for elective.
You did it in college?
Yeah, I did it in college for elective. Yeah, it was one of those little things I do. Yeah. It was cool though.
I'm
Fun.
all about, I deal with a lot of anxiety and depression. So I try to, do some meditating, try to calm myself, learn how to naturally, learn how to naturally relax, which some reason that's hard to do. I don't know why, but I'm getting better at it. But yeah, I can understand the meditating and all of that, the yoga and breathing. But I never went as far as trying to get to the God level of the consciousness though, right?
Right.
I'm sitting up here texting Sue because he going crazy in the chat room. I see him in there. You know Sue?
You said right?
No, he going crazy in the chat room. I just saw Sue in the craft room. Go ahead. I just texted him. But go ahead.
Oh, does he have any questions?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask him. Do you want to ask some questions? Let me say this. Look, KP, what does manna mean? What does manna mean in the Hebrew? What's the shemek? The shemek meaning. Yeah. We're gonna bring you on. But I want to say that I always was interested. We talked about me and Starks, Ghostface. We talked about doing yoga, but I wouldn't want nobody to see. Yeah, we did, because I think it's great. Yeah,
it's good. It's not bad though. It's a good workout.
Yeah, we wouldn't want everybody to see us,
right?
Because unless we get into the master, because there's different type of yogas. There's different levels of yoga. So there's different type of yoga you could take. Meditation and breathing is very important. Breathing, you hear a lot of the tantric masters speak on the breathing and the tongue, so there's levels to it. And yeah, it triggers things. It definitely trigger things. But basic yoga, stretching, I love to stretch the imagination. That's my thing.
One of the things it does, it helps clear out your chakras so that you can eventually be able to, do like Kundalini work,
right?
Open your third eye, because most people have blockages in their chakras,
right?
So by stretching and doing the right poses and downward doggy, all this stuff like that,
right?
It's supposed to clear out any kind of stuff that you have in your chakras, so that all your chakras are going well, and you can actually have full on experiences.
Right. The aura, see, yeah, you just killed it, yeah. So you have brothers like Dr. Inky, right? Like he was saying that he doesn't believe in the chakra. There is no chakra, but there are elements that you can feel. Like you ever get a gut feeling, something. There are energies that you could feel. You know what I'm saying, inside, and. I love the Indian because they take it back, man. They keep their tradition like real sacred, and they can take it old, and they're very in tune with how the body works. Not like Western, you know what I mean? Western is like, oh, we need a laboratory, but when you go to Eastern, they're more in tune with how the body. They really want to know how it functions, and with the land, and so they into the medicine that can do it, and that's the Eastern philosophy and way.
Herbs.
Yeah. And she's speaking of like what you're talking about is like where you take it back to the East. Shout out to Brother Jay to the East. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah. So with the chakras and all of that, and like I said, with the yoga and the meditating. So now when he was over there in India, now there's this guru. He's known as the Hadakan Baba. You want to pull him up, AD, the Hadakan Baba?
Okay. Hadakan
Need me
Baba.
to spell it for you?
So like somebody want to follow.
Right.
Follow.
No, I'm just saying, Hadakan Baba just sound ill. Like, who's that?
We going there. This is the Hadakan Baba. He is an immortal being. They say from 1800s to 1922, he was said to have appeared to some villagers not far from Hadakan out of a ball of light.
Damn.
So he came out of a ball of light. This is what they say. So the Hadakan Baba, that he has a temple, and is located in the village of Hadakan in the Nainital district of Uttarakhand, India. So let's look at his temple, AD. Bring up Hadakan Baba Jah's temple.
Okay.
You know that's crazy because he had the 6 faces that matches the 6 faces in Ezekiel.
Mm.
You notice that, Queen Naphtali?
Yeah, you teaching me, and we're all, that's a good thing about information and, coming up with people. Everybody wants to debate, but it's not always about a debate. It's all about sharing information, and if my information is right, we can balance off each other or correct each other, or we can learn from each other, So yeah, that's pretty interesting. But yeah, so he has a temple in Hadakan Babajah in Hadakan Babajah, India.
Right.
So remember, he went to this village and they said he appeared as a ball of light.
That's all right.
Now, they said Hadakan's temple is located in Hadakan, India, and he is believed to be a manifestation of the Lord Shiva. So if you guys want to see what Shiva looks like, if you want to pull him up, AD, Shiva.
Look like Michael Jackson. I always said that. Shiva looks like Mike. The version of.
There we are. So this is a big god in India. So they said that he appeared into these villagers. Now, they call him Lord Shiva. I'm going to call him Shiva. And like I said, when I was speaking on the fallen angels, this would be one of them here. And they said that he came down and he actually came as a ball of light and to his villagers. Now, back in 1922, it says before a handful of followers, the guru appeared, and then he disappeared into a ball of light. Now, they said there's many recorded miracles that he's accredited with. They say he heals people. He's raising people from the dead. Now, I don't know, like I said, like I said, it's in the Bible, it's in the scriptures that this happened, this took place. But so they're saying that he was bringing people from the dead, being at several places at the same time. So that's something that Steve Jobs wanted to be able to have, that ability, that power to be able to be in 2 places at the same time. Also, they said that he was feeding multitudes from a small portion of food. Now, when we talked about the book of Enoch, it talks about how these fallen angels that came down and they actually were providing knowledge, providing technology, like the minerals, the stones, and all of that kind of stuff. Because you kind of wonder, like, how do they even know to even do this stuff? How did they even get the idea to do a lot of these things? So a lot of them is credited with the knowledge from the fallen angels, which right here we're looking at Lord Shiva. What you guys think about that? Any questions?
Yeah, I see a lot of similar. I'm checking out the serpent on around the neck. As above, so below. It's like, yo, I mean, we get apps. Where is the app at? It's coming from somewhere, and it's like we upload it from our phones, but that's technology, what we call it, what we name it, and now we, beyond the cell phone, which we call it a galaxy. So I'm looking at the whole thing and the possibilities. And this with knowledge is infinite, so it's endless possibilities. So I'm just looking
endless possibilities. So it says that he was a celestial being that came to Earth to enlighten our planet and to advance us forward. So. And it says that Steve Jobs said that he was being influenced telepathically by an extraterrestrial entity named Babaji. These names.
I'm getting it. Yeah, Babaji. Oh, that's Babaji. Where NB get his name from. I won't say the name, but it's crazy. Yeah, Babaji.
Yes. Babaji, that is actually a spiritual entity. Well, I don't want to call him an entity. Let's just call him let's keep it on a different level. He's an extraterrestrial entity named Babaji, right? So now, this trip had deeply impacted Jobs. They said it shaped his spiritual outlook. So that was 73, right? So back in 73 is when he took this trip. So 3 years later, 1976, Jobs was 21 years old. This was back in the 70s. So he and his friend Wozniak started the Apple Computer Inc. This was all done in his family's garage. So he got all that information, all that knowledge, all that spiritual enlightenment. So him and his friend Wozniak, they met up in his family's garage and they started to plan this whole empire that we call Apple right now, right? Macintosh. And it says he sold his Volkswagen bus he had. So he didn't have any money. So he sold his Volkswagen bus. Is it a bus or is it a van? I don't know. It said bus here, but I don't know. But is there a bus and a van, or is it the same thing? A Volkswagen bus?
Yeah, it's similar to a van. It's a VW van, basically.
Okay, it's just a van. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, is it something really big, like a bus like a bi-state bus, or is it just like a regular van?
It's like a minivan.
You want to pull it up for us to see what it is?
I already got you right there.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, he went in one of those hippie joints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's driving that? Yeah,
that's what he sold. He sold that.
Oh, he sold that? Okay.
Yeah. He said he sold his Volkswagen bus. And then it said his friend sold his beloved scientific calculator. What is this? I want to know what this scientific calculator is, because it must have was worth a lot of money, because I've had a scientific calculator, when I was in high school. But I guess what they had in the 70s, because I was in the high school in 2000s. So I guess in the 70s, a scientific calculator must have been, is that it right there? This thing here?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's crazy. Remember back then they didn't have the computers like that. So they probably was like, that probably was, that's high advanced technology for back then.
Yeah, so he sold this. Wozniak, his friend, sold this scientific calculator, and Steve Jobs sold his Volkswagen bus. It was a cute little bus too. It was cute. So, so with all of this, so with all of this, right? It says that he designed Apple I and the Apple II computers in 1976. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something. They said the first marketed Apple computer set for sale at $666.66.
$666.
You guys want to verify that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, what's 666? What was that?
66. They said the first Apple computer sold for $666.
That's crazy.
Wow, that's crazy.
And that's true. That's true. You can actually verify that.
And you know what's wild though, Naphtali, is that the apple is actually bitten out of the logo. Yes. So it's not just they possess the apple. It has a bite mark in it.
So supposedly they had to do that because it looked too much like a cherry.
Is that what it is?
So that's what their excuse was. I'm not sure of how accurate that is. But they said it looked too much like a cherry.
Oh, that's why they bit it?
So they they did a bite into it so it looked more like...
Oh, that's what they said on there.
That's what they said.
But see, that's like if you got something wrong with you, you go to the internet, they always go to AIDS. You can't say because they always do it. Yeah, it's like if you got a headache, everything goes to AIDS. Everything goes. You can't always go to the internet for those type of things because sometimes you have to look into it yourself. They're not going to tell you the complete truth. Why should they?
That's true.
Why should they? Yeah.
Why should they?
Rasul went crazy in the chat. Rasul, I hope you get some calmness.
Tell Rasul to relax. Tell Rasul to relax.
Listen.
Tell him to relax.
You just let him go. He's crazy right now.
Oh, God. He needs to bow down if he wants to talk to the queen.
Some people might not believe that.
Hey, Sue, man. Hey, listen. The thing is, the sister haven't done anything to nobody. What she's doing is she's dropping knowledge. There's people out there that's selling drugs, killing. Go talk to them. Stop. The sister ain't even do nothing but just sharing information. She's not harming the people. And this is what we have to learn as people as we grow up. She's not harming you, and you're taking it to offense, but then there's people actually that's doing harm. And you won't do nothing about that. You just let that go. So stop doing that and start, help support or try to, or engage. You may share some knowledge. Like, she's willing to step up and say, look, I'm willing to put out some information. If you don't agree with the information, share your information and y'all can exchange, but you can learn something for everything.
This is Steve Jobs' story. This isn't my story.
Exactly.
This isn't. I'm not.
But he don't want to
Buddhist.
go to Steve Jobs. He want to attack you.
I don't believe in Buddha. I'm not. That's not my thing.
Yeah, but you know what?
The Bible.
And that'd be the first.
So,
and you know what? They be doing that, right? And they'd be the first buying all Steve Jobs and all of their stuff. As soon as it drop, they want to tell you about the telescopes. They want to tell you about this. But as soon as a sister come on and share the information, you want to attack her. You gotta stop that. It's time for us to grow up, man. Gotta start growing up.
And the thing is because they don't want you to know the information. See, that's what a lot of people.
Well, it's good for them.
Don't want you to know it from the way that I'm telling it. Now, I'm telling it with the 666. I'm not telling it with the 777. I'm not telling you that this is spiritual enlightenment, that you have to go and be, do yoga and all this kind of stuff, astral projecting. And,
Dr. Young built the pyramid, okay? All right, so you went to that land, okay? Let that go. He did. But, he did. You could knock them over, though. It wasn't like the pyramids in there, but hey, great minds think alike, so it's all good. Let's go.
It's all, we're just having fun. We're just sharing, sharing.
I'm just saying that it's a wealth of knowledge, and we don't just keep on going to a hissy fit and attacking and going crazy by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Going crazy in the chat for no reason.
He wants to talk to me. He needs to bow and admit that I'm the queen. There you go. That's how you get to talk to me.
I remember that night. Yeah, that kind of just. Oh man, it got kind of deep too. All right, it's all love. Shout out to Ben Frank. I see you in there. All right, let's continue the build.
All right, so guys, remember the very first Apple computer sold for $666. Now he earned the first computer. He earned around $774,000. And then 3 years after that release, the sales had increased to about 139 million. So that very first one that, and this was, in the 70s and 80s. So $139 million was a lot of money, so. But, he also told, Steve Jobs also told Mark Zuckerberg about this.
Steve Jobs told who?
Mark Zuckerberg.
You see AD? You see that? They all get together. Let me tell y'all, I already knew they get together at night or a day, and they all know each other, just like the lawyers. They all know each other, man. And we be thinking, oh, this separate from that, that separate from that, but they all know each other. And they kick it. It's all a plan. It's part of a plan. That's why I said discernment.
All calculated. And Razul's a part of it too. That's why he wants to stop the information for coming out. He's trying to be a distraction. He doesn't want the information to be released. There's a lot of people out here, what they call gatekeepers. That's what Razul is. He's a gatekeeper.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what he get.
Is it Ishtar's gate? Is it Ishtar's gate? You guys know who Ishtar is? All right.
Ishtar.
So, Ishtar. It's a goddess. So, 2015, Mark Zuckerberg, he visited Neem Karoli Baba ashram. So he went and visited him. So we wonder where, like I said, everybody wants to look at these billionaires and go like, wow, they got all this knowledge. How did they come up with all this technology? Well, it's extraterrestrial technology, AKA fallen angel technology. That's what it is. Boom. Where's the bomb at? Blow it up. Boom.
You You think AI? You think the AI is extraterrestrial?
Yes, because listen, right? So Steve Jobs, he recommended for Zuckerberg to go to visit the same Baba. Okay, and he actually went and visited it, and he actually tells you that he goes and visited. He had a spiritual journey as well, and he went and visited the same, Baba from India. He was a Buddhist, and just like they say that Steve Jobs received the knowledge, the same thing we can say about Mark Zuckerberg. He received the same type of information, same type of knowledge, and then we see the success that they have received with this knowledge. What you guys think about that? You don't have to keep your.
No, I'm just taking it all in. I'm like,
yeah, really, honestly, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm taking it all in. This is all new to me. So yeah, it's like I can't.
I know. It's fun though when I heard about it, I was like, what? This actually exists. People are actually. You can do that. You can go right now to India and you can visit. What was his name again? Let me get the name. What was the name? Hakan. Hakan Baba. You can go there, and you can which is also with Lord Shiva. Okay. Right. And then you
Lord
can
Shiva is a deity.
That's right. It's a deity, which I would call a fallen angel. I did it. I said it. She's crazy, I know.
Hey.
But
hey, I got.
You want to talk about the Anunnaki? You want to go there with them? The same thing.
I mean, go ahead. I mean, the floor is open.
We talk about the Babylonians with the Sumerians, right? They're older, but nobody really links them all together. All they are the same deities. They're just, represented, or they have nicknames, what we would consider a nickname for their gods. They're all the same god. Lord Shiva has an equivalent. They have an equivalent. You know what I'm saying? It's like when we look at Odin, links with, Zeus and Thor, all those different, they're all the same. They're just who's telling their story, they'll have a different name for their god. So anyway, like I said, so about 2015, Mark Zuckerberg visited Neem Karoli Baba Ashram. You want to pull him back up again for us, AD? Neem
Karoli. He was holding his head like, you know what I mean? He had his head on his head.
He's scratching his head, scratching his head like,
he had the red dot. We'll talk about yeah, exactly. That's crazy.
Mark Zuckerberg, he visited him, and they said he was inspired by Steve Jobs. It was a recommendation. They said that Zuckerberg was grappling with the growing pressures of Facebook. So those of you that don't know who Mark Zuckerberg is, he is the one that created Facebook. And we all know how much of an empire Facebook has become. So they said that I guess he must have reached out to Jobs and was like, hey, I'm feeling overwhelmed. What am I supposed to do? And Jobs was like, hey, go visit him right there. Neem Karoli Baba Ashram. Go visit him.
He's still around?
I don't know if he's still around. This was back, this was like in 2015, which was like 10 years ago. You guys want to?
He doesn't exactly have a Facebook page.
That's a fact.
Hey, there's a lady out there. I forgot her name. Is it Mother Teresa who used to hug people? And they said that they would feel healing in their body when she hugged you. That she would suck all the virtue or some of she had these healing hugs that she had possessed. And a lot of people went out there to witness this. It's kind of crazy.
Right.
There's also a place called the Mystery Spot. Huh?
Mother Teresa is what you said?
Yeah, I do believe it's Mother Teresa. Yeah, she had incredible healing hug and healing powers.
Wow, I wonder who she You know, the mother goddess goes to, like I said, Ishtar or Ashira, or you know, Astarte, depending on which name is ringing a bell to you. Ashira, Astarte, Ishtar, any of those?
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No. Yes. Anybody?
Ishtar.
Yeah.
It's where we get Easter.
That's where we get. Look at you, AD. Give him a hand.
Yeah.
A lot of don't say that too much. A lot of people they're like going for their Easter eggs. Is that
you know what? We're not even, I'm not going there. I'm already saying some stuff that's far-fetched. I don't need to go into Ishtar and her gate. But that's where Razul, he's stuck in her gate. So he needs to stay there. That's where he needs to stay. Like I said,
it's to attack the, you know, when you come with something different, it makes people uncomfortable. And they get on an attack mode. I'm not talking about just Soul. This is bigger than that. You kind of disturb the norm, and it kind of change things. And everybody who come with different type of knowledge, and if you're not familiar with it, not saying it's not true, just because it's different,
right?
It messes with you, and it could be true. It's like, yo, you know, it's raining over there, and you could be up in the shade. You don't believe it because you want to stay right there. Right. But that doesn't make it not true that you said those things. So we have to look into those things. There's people.
I want to say this, Priest.
Yeah.
This wasn't anything that this was actually on broadcasted television show, Ancient Aliens, which was on History Channel or Discovery. I don't know which one it was, but it's actually, if you had cable, I know a lot of you guys are probably young. You probably don't have any cable, but if you had cable TV, you watched History Channel or you watched Discovery, you would have seen Ancient Aliens on there. And they actually did a show, and this information that I'm giving you is actually they gave. You know, I'm probably giving a little bit more, but a lot of this stuff this is what they go into. And you can actually watch the episode on YouTube. Just put in Steve Jobs, spiritual journey or Ancient Aliens. It'll come right up.
Well,
but like I said,
I'm not.
What was you saying?
Let me just say this one thing. I can't really tell AD that he didn't have an out of body experience when he's telling me, and he's explaining it to me in details. If you tell me that, Priest, you know, I went to the 7th dimension, the 4th dimension, and I talked to faceless people. So your experience is just like if we all smoke weed. Everybody has a different experience with the psychedelic. You may, in your life, you may see a talking horse. No one ever goes to the. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I know what you mean. I know what
a
you
lot of times,
that's real though.
A lot of times in campfires and people who took ayahuasca, the fate speaker would smoke or whatever he do, or she, and go to a realm where they actually said that, you know, there's running deer, you know, or, you know, they speak on high levels because there should be great things that you don't see. Like, what is the talking bull about? Bull said, boom, boom. It tells you not to do. So that experience you're listening to is just like, I'm speaking from your zodiac sign. You can say that.
Yeah.
AD is himself, but he's also two fish. It's multiple realms to a person.
Yeah.
And there's multiple dimensions. If you in tune, you can tap into it. Now, Sue knows this because he was tapped into Dr. York. Certain people be tapped in and they tap out because it's too much. And sometimes when you listen, because that's where you learn, when you absorb. That's it.
See, it's funny because 99 Cam says Psychic World of Walter Reed.
Okay.
And what you're speaking on in the out-of-body experience is technically the psychic world.
Right. Yeah. Let's explain the language of plants. There's people who make music for plants. And their secret world that goes on. They communicate. They have a whole world going on that you don't see.
They have the network, right? What's it called? The Mito.
Yeah, mitochondria. No, you're talking about the micro. Yeah, go look it up.
Yeah.
It's there. They have a whole world going on with mushrooms, right? A whole system where they're communicating, and the mushrooms on top, but we can't see it with the naked eye. It takes time, patience to watch a flower grow, but it's actually growing, and it's communicating so much that it'll give you a fruit. If you wait long enough, if you come back in time, there'll be a fruit for you because it's giving you something.
Yeah, they say if you played like, depressing music or something around a plant or a flower, it'll stun its growth.
Mycelium.
So yeah, that's
yeah.
Was somebody saying something?
Oh, mycelium.
Or the micro world, yeah.
Mycelium. Okay.
Yeah, mycelium.
That's the root-like structure that the mushrooms talk to each other with.
Yes.
It's like their own little
spores,
fiber optic cable.
Yeah.
They have their own internet underground. It's crazy.
And they never die. They've actually turned into powder and move on. All of their bodies spread all over the place, right? And each of that powder, the mycelium, turns into another one. Spores up, and they warn the whole garden or forest, whatever there's danger around. They're like the satellite dishes. They're the internet of the forest. So there's a deeper realm. What's my man name? Stedman. There's a deeper realm in the mushroom and in the garden. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it goes deeper than that. Yeah.
We could do a whole episode on magic mushroom. How it's also the cup of Christ.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They say a lot of that. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, it's mystic. You can't explain it with the sometimes you can't detect things with the naked eye. You have to tap in. You have to be tapped in. So when the sisters start building and she's tapping in, can't just and sometimes they be scientists, right? They be having these thoughts, and they be tapped in so deep, spiritualists, that sometimes they go to sleep afterwards. They can't even. As soon as they start, they be all tired. They be tired. They just give
a lot.
It's a lot. Who was that? It was somebody. They be like, man. As soon as they finish saying all this stuff, they got to go to sleep. They need water. They got to recharge themselves because they put so much to it.
Sometimes the mind can only handle a certain amount of information.
Yeah.
It's like
the thing that I learned is that when you can disrupt someone's comfort zone, like you were saying, Killah Priest, when you learn about Easter, you learn about Christmas, you learn about all like Halloween. I loved Halloween until I found out what the roots of it was, and I was like, God dang it, or Christmas, right? You can't believe it. All these, it's like Tammuz. Like, who is Tammuz? What? And it's like, why, like the days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those days of the week, the suns, the moons, the stars, the planets are all named after deities, all named after gods. These so-called holy holidays or holy days are all for the worship of different deities, different gods. People want to get up there that, you're giving acknowledgement to a god. Like right now, today is Thursday, which is Thor's Day. Friday is for Frida. Saturday is for Saturn. Sunday is for the sun. Monday is for the moon. You see how it works? Right now we're in May. There's a goddess for May. So it's every single month. The more you start to give more into it, then people start to go like, well, I don't want to know that. I want to go back to where I didn't know that, and I feel like that too. Sometimes I'm like, well, dang, it gets to the point where you're like, it's not fun anymore because when you're trying to put the whole puzzle, the pieces of the puzzle together. That's why I like to reach out to my truth seekers, people who are independent thinkers, researchers who are trying to get to the bottom of things.
Right. Well,
but my foundation is always the Bible. What would you say?
When you get to the bottom of it, though, it's not that bad. Do you know what I mean? It's been tarnished because of like it being celebrated by the pagans. Do you know what I mean? But all because like the pagans use mathematics, it doesn't make mathematics wrong. You know what I mean? All because the pagans also celebrated it in their own kind of way, it doesn't make it wrong, but it does make it have a bad look. I can see how, you know what I mean? Like
Or dogma.
Halloween.
Abusing it, but go ahead, AD.
Abusing it, exactly. They did abuse it, and that's understandable. But the root of it is still something that you don't have to be afraid of or scared of. Like Halloween is just celebrating the death of the quote unquote son before it dies, quote unquote, on the cross, and is in winter. Do you know what I mean? But of course they've made it a bigger deal. They've made it a celebration. Sam Hain. They've made it a big festival. You can still celebrate Halloween in your own right, where you're celebrating. Okay, we're in fall. You know what I mean? It's the middle of Scorpio. Scorpio represents, the transition. It's Judas. Judas is Scorpio. Do you know what I mean? It's all biblical. Go ahead.
But the thing is, though, AD, like you say with the pagans, for a lot of these deities, they require sacrifice.
Yeah.
A lot of children come up missing around those times because they need human sacrifice. There's cannibalism.
Right.
So I mean,
and we don't celebrate that part.
I didn't want to come this far, so it's kind of really back in. I'm already pulling a lot out, so I don't want to get too far right now.
Yeah, and that's the part.
We can keep going though. You and I, we can keep going.
No, that's the part we don't celebrate. Obviously, we don't celebrate all the sacrifice part, but it's you can still enjoy Halloween in your own way, create your own tradition of it all. Of course, you know what I'm saying.
I get that. You can take it away. You can change it. You know what I'm saying?
Like 2 days later from Halloween, the Mexicans have the Dia de los Muertos. You know what I mean? Which is their version of Halloween, where they celebrate the dead.
Oh, the dead. Oh, yeah, you killed it. The Day of the Dead. That's exactly where it
Day
comes from.
How did you say that? Dia de los Muertos.
Dia de los Muertos.
Dia
de los Muertos. For the first time.
Yeah, Day of the Dead, and that's right around Halloween also. So, every culture is going to kind of celebrate that same season time in their own way. What we have to do as individuals in our own studies is celebrate that if we choose to, in our own way. Obviously, not the way the pagans do it with their sacrifice, because that was a little over the top. We do it in our own way, so that we teach our children how this is the season, this is the middle of fall, this is winter. You know what I mean? Acknowledging the seasons just the way the Egyptians did. With Horus, with Ra, with Set, and with Osiris. They're the seasons. The 4 gospels.
And like you said, that's right. But everything all goes back to their deities. They all pay homage. They all give them praise to their gods.
Yeah.
And like you said, with the Egyptians, everybody thinks of the Egyptians with their gods, but you have to actually take it a step up with the Sumerians and the Babylonians, because they're the ones that have all the gods go back to them.
Agreed.
But
don't say that.
She's right.
They gonna get crazy.
She's going in. I love it.
But
hey,
I see 99 Cham 1. There is one God, yes, and that is the Most High Yah God. Yes, I am a believer of the Bible. Don't let me make you think that I'm not.
Yep.
I'm trying. Like I said, like you said, AD. Just because you know the information doesn't mean that you celebrate it.
Right.
But it is real. It is true, and there's people that actually worship these deities. They're worshiping them right now.
Yep.
And matter of fact, today, like I said, today is Thursday, which is Thor's Day. So this is Thor.
Priest, get your hammer out.
And also, Mom.
Priest has his Thor hammer.
Oh, yeah.
You have your Thor hammer?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Let's pull it. Let me see.
Here we go. Got my hammer.
Where'd you get that from?
Order in the Thor. Huh?
Where'd you get the hammer?
AD got me this.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
He got it from Odin himself.
Yeah. Thanks, Odin. Yeah. I wouldn't try it against the Hulk, though.
Oh, yeah, he tried that, remember? But the Hulk couldn't lift it.
Hulk beat that, huh?
The Hulk couldn't pick it up, though.
He couldn't pick up the hammer?
Couldn't pick it up. He wasn't worthy, remember?
Right. What does the hammer represent? Maccabee. Whew.
I mean,
in
the story, it was for the one that was worthy. and Thor was worthy, but so was Captain America. But now we're getting too far.
Yeah. Let's stay. No, but the Steve Jobs thing is crazy. But you know what?
Let's go back to Jobs. That's right. We're going some. I'm loving the conversation.
There's another name for Jobs.
Me too.
There's another name for Jobs.
Occupation.
Job. Yeah, exactly. Some people like
Jobs is the reason why we have jobs, to enslave us. Now let me stop. Okay, but keep going.
Oh, she just dropped a jewel right there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I didn't even know that.
Well, they all friends. AD. I mean, they know each other. Like she said, you got to be crazy to think they don't hang out.
Right.
You may like the football league, or the basketball, but the coaches know each other. It's like the lawyers. It's all part of their plan. But what is wrong with this dude, bro? What's wrong with Sue? Sue's just blacking out. What's wrong?
He needs to be put in timeout. Just put him in timeout because he's distracted.
Sue's just going crazy right now. And it's
like, what is he saying? I'm not even looking. Let me.
No, don't pay attention because my thing is, see, when people start disrespecting other people just because they're hurt behind. Sue, lay off Naphtali, please. Come on, bro. I wasn't going to even entertain Sue, but he's just going too crazy now. Go ahead.
If there's anybody in the chat that has questions, we're definitely gonna. I'm down to answer. Let's talk. But like I said, in 2015, so we're back here. 2015, Mark Zuckerberg, he visited Neem Karoli Baba Ashram. He came, he went. And he was inspired by Steve Jobs' recommendation. It says Zuckerberg was grappling with the growing pressures of Facebook, rapid expansion. Seeking a sense of direction, he took Jobs' advice and visited the ashram in search of peace and perspective. So, what was ashram known for? He was known. Let me go. Okay.
Yo, take Sue out. Yeah, 99. Take Sue out. You're doing too much. He can't help himself. He don't miss his medicine.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard when you don't miss when you miss your medicine day. It's hard. So we gotta put Sewell on chill because he won't chill. Yeah.
Yes. So he visited.
This ain't the first time. He always get kicked. He
gets
because he's distracting the chat. Go ahead. Let's continue building. Let's go.
I have that effect on people. I know the queen she's here. But anyway.
I can't take
so
this.
So he went to visit Neem Karoli, right?
Right.
Did she just say Ishtar? Oh Lord. Ishtar. Chill out, bro. Say Ishtar some more. Let's get Sue started up. Ishtar.
Is he calling me Ishtar?
I don't know, man. Everything coming out. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay.
Continue. Good. Because he's just going to raise back for this.
I'm a believer of the Most High, and I'm a teacher I'm a more for the Most High.
I shouldn't even.
I'm not no Ishtar. He got me mixed up with another sister. I ain't gonna say her name, but anyway, he can talk to her about that.
She's
a woman. I think you know I'm talking about Killah Priest.
Oh, what you said?
He got me mixed up with somebody else. But anyway, let's get back with he went to go visit Baba Neem Karoli, right? This is what Mark Zuckerberg. He went to visit Baba Neem Karoli. And remember, he was a saint. He manifested many seedy powers. So he was known for the seedy powers. And he was the one that was known to give people that power to be able to manifest or have the ability to be in two places at one time at the touch of a finger. So he visited him. This is where he went to him.
Right.
To Baba Neem Karoli. This is where Zuckerberg went. He went to visit this saint, Neem Karoli Baba. And he was said to have left his body. He was known to astral project.
Right.
And so he gave the power at the touch of a finger. So I'm just saying, so if you were to come up to him, would he just touch you and you would be able to just go into a state of consciousness at the God level? But that's what people are doing when they do this. I don't want to say that everybody who does yoga knows about this manifestation and all that, are trying to astral project and trying to see the deities and all that kind of stuff. And who knows, what trip do you go on, AD? Where are you going? Did you go to Saturn? Did you see the
That is your validation.
No, for me, it was I so love the floating part because it's pure bliss.
It felt good.
So I just love the bliss. It's weightlessness. You're outside of your body, and you feel.
That's two places at one time.
It's incredible. So just the floating part's amazing. I did have one that was so clean and clear. I could see oceans. I could see water. I could see land, and it's very distinct. Like. Flying by, I'm like, I see like a greenish building. I told myself, remember that building, because that's how clean and clear it was. It was as if though you were somewhere else. But the flying part is just the greatest part. And part of you knows that, look, after you die, you're going to go into this realm. You're going to just be energy, And so you wake up feeling like, wow, like it's just incredible.
Do you think sleep is rehearsal?
I mean, that's one way to put it. I think it's your body way of resting and rebuilding. But yeah, I think for your mind, it is a way for your mind to escape. And there's so much information about it online. Like, this is very common. I guarantee you people in the chat have already gone through what I've done and probably more, The theogens help. The mushrooms helped a lot because it really, I think, opens a part of your mind. Every time you do shrooms or psychedelics, you open up another, portal in your mind to go even deeper, supposedly. But there's also a point where you go too far. That's why you see some people that are a little.
Why do we always say? See, that's the thing. We always say we go too far.
Well, some people do. If you overdo theogens, there's a dosage in every single thing. You can do too much. The
Twilight Zone goes. They did not go far enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some people would probably tell me, "AD, you didn't go far enough." When I have my out of body experiences, I'm somewhere in the mid range of the experience. I know there's a lot more. I'm so loving the floating part, but I know a yogi or someone who's familiar with this would say, you haven't even touched the surface. You just love the floating part, AD. You need to go up to this level and fast. They'll probably tell me to go with no meat for a couple days or something. Because like I said, my diet, I think, triggers this a lot. Not smoking weed triggers a lot. Because when you smoke weed, you kind of mess up your dreams. You have less dreams. When you cut out the weed, you're going to have more experiences. Crazy too. Also, the caffeine can mess up with your experiences too, because this has to do with levels of sleep. You're in your theta mind state apparently, and you have to be able to go into that REM, past REM sleep, to have the deep sleep. Yeah, there's a deep sleep mode that you have to go into. Your body goes into a paralysis, and then that's when you can have the out of body experience. But there's apps on it. There's information about it online. How to trigger it. You can start it yourself. You can actually go through this. But it's crazy. For me, it's just, it happens every now and then, maybe once every 2 weeks.
That's dope.
And sometimes it'll happen in the middle of your dream.
So you're flying a whole lot. So how does these mushrooms look? Do they look like the portobello? Do they look like the baby bella?
You haven't done magic mushrooms? They're like
this is great. Yeah, this is great.
Oh my God.
Queen Naphtali.
Make sure I let you guys know that I haven't done anything. I don't want you guys to know that.
Right.
Oh my God.
Well, you have a spiritual experience though. Have you?
Well, I don't know. I haven't, only thing I've tried is cannabis. I tried marijuana, but that's about it.
That's a good start.
Sativa indica.
Good question.
So this is what they look like? This looks like what you would see like on a movie.
Right.
That's
right.
Right.
So these are caps and stems right here. You see the blue part? The blue in there, that's called psilocybin. That's one of the active ingredients in magic mushrooms that triggers the dimethyltryptamine in your pineal gland for you to have this amazing experience. Now, what's happening technically is that your body is producing the same chemicals that come out when you dream. So when you dream, you kind of have some DMT along with other things happening. when you're in deep sleep. But when you do magic mushrooms, it triggers your brain to release dream chemicals while you're awake. And then that's where you're dreaming while you're awake, and that's why you trip out. Now, the transition to that period is uncomfortable. You don't feel good. You might have a stomach upset because your body thinks it's poison. Your brain's starting to trip out because it realizes, hey, we're awake. We're not supposed to have dream chemicals come out while we're awake. Do you know what I mean? So that transition is weird, awkward. Your mind starts feeling, why did I do this? You know, I have regrets. No, this is horrible. And then when that goes away, you're loving life. You're in your right brain more. You're connected to your pineal gland. You love God. You love every person around you.
So what are you seeing? What are you seeing in this?
So what you're seeing is everything like normal, but everything's kind of drippy. Colors are way more vivid. You can smell better. All of your senses go by times 3. You hear echoes. So if you hear the echo of things of bouncing up. So the first time I did it, I was at Knott's Berry Farm with a couple girls. You know what I mean? So, there was a couple strippers, but they were awesome.
Okay.
They got me into it. They're like, let's take AD to Knott's Berry Farm. They give me
party.
Yeah.
But AD, you does. Let me say this. But AD, you don't travel as much.
No.
Right. So AD doesn't travel a lot. So most of his trips are very, very like descriptive because you're traveling and without even moving.
Yeah.
So now you get to see other planes. You don't take planes, but now you're on another astral plane. Exactly. So you're getting to see these things, and you're like, okay, man, this is a whole different thing. But if you could travel also, and see some of the things, because all this, I don't want to say too much, man, but it's heavy stuff that's coming out right now. Yeah, there's some heavy stuff.
A lot of people in the chat
let me not go too fast.
Know what I'm talking about. I can see some people that already have done mushrooms, but I did what's called a half-eighth. The strippers I was with were like experienced with it. They had chocolate and oranges. So I guess the chocolate and the vitamin C helps the visuals. Yeah. But you see a lot more visuals. Things are dripping. You don't want to look in the mirror because I guess your face will look like it's melting. So you don't want to look at.
That's acid.
No, mushrooms can do it too.
Yeah. Acid is more of a like.
I don't want to mess with acid because it's not organic. That's chemical.
Yeah,
I'm more of a.
I mean, with a name like acid, why would you want to try?
Exactly.
We're made up of chemicals.
I'm the same way. I don't want to do acid. I have friends who've done acid and they're like, AD, you don't know what you're missing. Yeah, I'm gonna miss that because. Mushrooms to me feels more natural, organic. It's in the Bible. You know what I mean? Like I trust mushrooms, but acid feels like it's the processed food of drugs.
I feel that it's research being explored, and AD is different. You know what I'm saying? But he just showing us his astral travel experience, but
a lot of
people
have gone through what I've gone through. Also.
Yeah. Oh no. A lot of people. But I'm just saying.
What's that other? The pills. What are they?
Perks.
I don't do pills.
No, not the other ones.
Not even my vitamins are in pill form.
Xanax.
Xanax. No, not
you don't
Xanax.
want those. Naphtali, we good. The way your mind works.
I'm trying to talk about. I'm not really in. I don't know anything about it.
Exactly. What you good at where you at. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not. Those Jesus. This is another type of. There's levels that, and plus the way you think anyway. Certain people can't take those things. I can't. I'm already high. Yeah. 24/7. So like levels, like when you are really tapped in and tuned in. Those things might just bring you into another realm because you already walking in space. You already in another zone, so you got a 24-hour high going on.
Yeah, because the mushrooms is like cheating because if you do what she said like meditation, you can get there naturally with meditation. You can get there naturally without having to use theogens.
But I'm gonna ask you about this Pac-Man.
Theogens is like the microwave. Like that just gets the job done. It gets you right there. Do you know what I mean? Where naturally you would just get there home cooked meal style.
Well, it's the Miss Pac-Man tunnel. There you go. So in Miss Pac-Man, you eat your pellets. But you can't transform into the other side. And it's within the split going to the side. She has 4 tunnels when Pac-Man only had 1. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now you zip into this side and you're controlling it all. And that's how it is sometimes, because you're controlling the man. What if you took that same energy that you put in the game, like Joseph said, it's like a video game with only one man.
That's real.
And you put that and you apply that. Yeah, exactly. Mario dealt with the mushrooms. You know who also dealt with mushrooms? Centipede.
Toad is a walking mushroom. Is this a whole dream or something? Was it?
Yeah, Mario, right?
Well, what happened when Mario took the mushroom? He became a bigger person.
Yeah.
Mushrooms made him a bigger person.
Yeah.
After I did mushrooms that first time at Knott's Berry Farm, I haven't been the same person since. That changed me in such a way I think it just opened my third eye, to put it simply. Once your third eye is open and you understand life and the world and everything, you have appreciation for music, for God, for your family, for your own life energy. It's beautiful. That's the only thing I can say is that it's beautiful.
Man, incredible.
I felt like a bigger person.
Pull up Centipede.
Okay, here we go, Centipede.
The video game. With this, and I don't know if Centipede was a snakehead or...
It's a centipede.
Yeah. Put up the game. Yeah.
Okay.
Go to yeah, there you go. A bunch of mushrooms. So it dealt with the mushroom and the centipede. Yeah, the centipede goes through the mushroom, right? But on the field when you playing it, it's See, there's the psychedelic mushrooms. Mushrooms and game rooms go together. So the centipede could represent the serpent also. If you look at that, mushrooms and the serpent deals with a lot of mystic.
The serpent's always been usually the Kundalini energy.
There we go. That's what you're talking about.
He went there.
Yeah. Well, as you already know with Adam and Eve, I don't even gotta go there with.
Kundalini is
I know
India,
you already know about that.
But it adds on to what she's saying with you.
Yep, and it's right on with the India, with the Buddhism.
There we go. The serpent, and I saw the serpent around Shiva's neck. Look at that. There's the caduceus.
There's your left and right brain.
And why is that?
There's your third eye, and then there's the Kundalini energy going up your chakras.
And why is it in medical? Did anybody know that?
Yeah, it's in it's medicine.
Right.
That's just hidden in plain sight.
Yeah. Right.
Hidden it, right
what about
there.
What about Starbucks? The goddess on
that goes to Ishtar. I'll let Queen Naphtali talk about that.
Yeah, Naphtali. Break that down.
With Ishtar?
Yeah.
Starbucks.
Well, we see Ishtar all the time. You see Ishtar all the time. That rounded arch. Like I live in St. Louis, and that archway or that gateway, that's where the gods are said to be able to come in. It's from Ishtar's gate. So she is the mother goddess. And so in Babylon, they actually have, right there we see Ishtar. And she is like I said, she is the mother goddess. And she is the one who, like I said, so Baal, I didn't even want to go to Baal, but Baal, he has a pillar, which people talk about what is it, what do they say, those hold on, my kids are bothering me.
All right.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear my kids? Okay.
No.
Close the door. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So they say those monuments out there in front of the White House and all that represents the male phallus. Right?
The obelisk?
The obelisk, that's right. So the obelisk represents the male phallus. Then you see that archway that represents the feminine. It represents the female's vulva, right? So we see the obelisk. Now showcase that arch so people can know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about in front of the Catholic Church?
Yes. That's the Catholic. Don't get me on them.
Don't
You
get
guys are gonna
started.
get me talking about stuff I wasn't planning on talking about.
That's the Podcraft for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the archway. So Baal has a pillar, which is an obelisk, and then Ishtar, who's the mother goddess, she has the archway. So Baal's pillar goes into the archway, and that creates life. And that's where the gods are said to come in. Life was supposed to form, and that's how we are supposed to. Yep, there it is. And those are in front of all Catholic churches, because Catholics worship who? They worship Ishtar, and they also worship Baal. Baal is a deity. We can link them up to Enki and Lil. Enki and Lil go up there that high. Should I even talk about him?
Yeah. Well, explain to the audience who is Enki.
Enki. Okay. So you can pull him up when you're ready. AD Enki.
Okay.
But that archway is that every time you see that archway, and you're going to see it all the time. Like when people get married, they stand up in front of the arch. St. Louis is called the gateway to the west. So to be able to get to the west, you have to go through this gate, and it's Ishtar's gate, which represents her, the feminine vulva, and then we have the pillar, which is the obelisk, which represents Baal, represents procreation. Now here we have Enki. And a lot of people don't know about Enki, but Enki is actually a god right there. And you don't know about him, but people are he's worshipped every single day around here. And there he is right there. He is a Babylonian god, and he's the equivalent of Baal. Okay. The Bible speaks of Baal all the time, but it's actually Enki who is the Sumerian. And then we link it up to the Anunnaki. Yes, I said the word Anunnaki. I did it. I know. Killah Priest, you just was talking to me about that. But let's just bring it back down to Earth. Let's bring it back down to Earth.
We stay with Earth as a space. I was going to add on to what you said. How does the word church bell? Bing, bing. So Bell brings everyone to church.
Oh, don't get me on that word Bell, because I can offend a lot of people with that. I can make a lot of people sad because it's actually in your name.
Wow.
Jezebel. Jezebel.
That's a good one.
Jezebel's in the Bible. Jezebel's in the Bible. And Annabelle, Floribel. All those represent Baal. That means beautiful. It means beauty.
Bella.
Bella.
Bella. Bella.
Bella.
On my umbrella. Bella.
Yes. That actually goes, see, I don't even want to say that word, and I'm not going to say it. We're not going to go there tonight. When you go into a lot of the Hamites, I'm not going to say the other word. You get into the Hamites.
Canaan.
The Canaanites are very known for their gods. Okay, they're very known, and the kings of Canaan, the sons of Canaan, they actually worship Baal very proudly, who is Enki, right? And they kept their names with Baal in it. So today we don't know anything about this, but there is a class of people that do. They know, and they worship these. Like I said, you go up in these basilicas, you're going into these cathedrals. It's all over there, and in front of their stores, their businesses, a lot of these buildings. Okay, let's do it. Go ahead and put Molech up there. Let's go ahead and do it. Put Molech up there for me.
What rhymes with Molech? What rhymes with Molech? Kochak.
Rolex.
He said Rolex. I love it. Oh, that's dope. Is that him?
That's him. But he also, there it is. You see, he got the arch down there, the gateway down there. Yeah.
He looks like
So
a bell.
Huh?
looks like a bell.
Looks
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
bell.
Yeah. So we, when you
the chest weirds me out though. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I don't like little stuff like that. His chest is weird, huh?
Oh yeah.
well, there's another image of Molech. It's like a mouth.
Like,
It's and you can so there he is up there. That you can see they're giving their child sacrificial to worship. So but
make it close, make it bigger.
I'll come back. I can come back another day to talk about him.
Yeah, this is
You guys
crazy.
got me moving on too far.
It looks like a lion right there, though.
You're gonna need a PowerPoint for this one.
Need a PowerPoint. Okay.
Who is that giving him the baby?
It's
Who's
probably
making
a
sacrifice?
king. That's probably a king. A lot of the times when you look at these reliefs and things like that, they tend to have a king who, or also, the deity is seated, which is Molech here, and they're giving their offspring. That's how much they love these gods, because they're giving their offspring to, and the Most High, he doesn't require that. He gave his son for our life, for us. And look what we were doing. Our ancestors were doing that. In return, they were doing all this stuff, and they're still doing it now. But we're not going to go there again.
Abraham.
But anyway.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let's not talk about Molech anymore. But like I was saying, when I was talking about Steve Jobs, he went on a spiritual journey. I mean, he told Mark Zuckerberg went up there. He actually went to, I guess he wanted that out of body experience. He wanted to be in two places at one time. He wanted to, go seeking the knowledge of the God consciousness. With you doing that astral projecting, did you feel like you got any information, knowledge increasing, anything,
Yeah. I mean, it comes with the experience. It isn't something that you learn from words. It's something that you learn from just being there. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, the most thing I learned was like not being afraid of death, realizing you're an energy, the fact that you're leaving your body in the first place. It's just the experience itself is just amazing. But it wasn't too foreign because it was similar to being on mushrooms. That's why I tied in the mushroom experience, because you're kind of out of your body when you kind of do mushrooms in a way too. You know what I'm saying? Because spiritually, you just kind of go in. You go very, very inward. It's a very personal experience,
Now you've done mushrooms and you have the out of body experience. Would you say there was similar feelings?
No, they're different feelings, but they're similar in a way to where you get a very personal experience to yourself. You're not awake. You know what I mean? Like you are awake, but it's like you're in a dream state. You know what I'm saying? Also, I'm a Pisces, so I kind of live in the dream world. Most Pisces do. Do you know what I'm saying? So the dream world is like a familiar territory for most Pisces because we're kind of already dreamy.
Right.
So by me having these experiences and doing what's it called, mushrooms and stuff, and cannabis and all that, it's kind of a very internal spiritual world. It's kind of connected to the way to where you're at a different level of consciousness. That's not just your regular cognitive left brain. I'm here.
How did you? Did you feel yourself coming back? No,
as you come back,
lift off.
Yeah, you come back
Tell
to
us
reality.
about going back.
Yeah, you just slowly come back to reality. It's less fun. You start to realize, oh, okay,
No, I'm talking about your travel down back into your.
It's slower on mushrooms. It's faster on weed. But when you come back from the experience from called astral projecting, you zoom right back. You can really mess it up if you try to control it out there too much. If you're trying to shift directions while you're flying, if you think too much and try to get too logical, you'll zoom right back into your body and wake up, and you've messed it up. There's part of you needs to let go. There's a lot of letting go, so to speak, when you're in the astral projection world, because you're kind of being guided in a way. It feels like you're being guided. Something's helping you. Something's assisting you. You definitely are in another dimension. The crazy part is you hear voices. They're not talking to me though.
In your dream?
I hear once you hit the astral projection world, it's like you're in a different dimension, and you're hearing other people talk. A lot of it's not audible. You just hear voices. Someone's talking to each other. You can't tell if they're talking to you. I haven't had anything talk to me directly, but there's a lot of like there's voices happening. It's like going into a whole different room, and that's the strange part. And they're distinct voices.
Can you hear yourself?
Yeah, I'm still the same person.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and I've had conversations in the dream state and the world. I speak exactly as I am now. In fact, I had one I think I told you guys about where I was flying backwards and I ended up on top of some bridge and there was an Asian fellow there, and he was listening to what I was saying. I'm like, bro, I was flying backwards. This was crazy. And he's like, calm down. You're on my desk. And I looked down and I was sitting on this guy's desk. He had a nice like a wooden desk. And I'm like, oh, I need to relax. And he was just and in real life, people kind of tell me, hey, you're getting a little excited. That's my moon in Leo. I get excited. I get dramatic. You know what I mean? But in my own dream, I'm acting the same way. And he's saying, hey, calm down. You had a good experience. Just relax. And I'm like, well, where am I? Like, I'm on this bridge, like a big, long bridge. But this guy had a desk there. It was like his office or something. Very strange. Asian dude with a real, like, distinct face that I've never seen in my awakened form. But there's definitely other realms out there. There's definitely other dimensions that you can tap into while you're dreaming, while you're meditating, while you're on certain stages. And for everybody, it's a different experience.
As above, so below, as in heaven, so shall it be on earth.
Yeah.
So you having the deaths, so you having your experiences.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
If you guys look up astral projection, you can look up all these things, the different brain states.
Well, let's go back to Naphtali. She's still here. She's still here. She got a little bit more time. I mean, I don't want to eat up all your time, but you're doing great. But this Steve Jobs thing, man, wanting to be in two places at one time.
Yeah.
I was a busybody.
Yeah, you guys are fine. I'm listening to AD with his experience. Like I said, we're supposed to all, build together, but people, there's some haters out there. But anyway.
I laugh, Sue. I laugh. Yeah.
With Zuckerberg, right? So anyway, I was talking about this earlier, but since I said I was going to come back, but
we'll call him Sulmar. You like that?
Yeah.
Like I was talking about in the book of Enoch.
Right.
Like I was talking about in the book of Enoch. The fallen angel Semyaza. He came down. Chapter 8, book of Enoch, verse 3. And it says that the angel Semyaza, he taught enchantments, root cuttings, and the castings of spells. You wonder why people are able, people who do the voodoo, all that kind of stuff. Where did they get that from? And these gods, or whatever you want to call them, entities, deities, were actually fallen angels. Remember, at the beginning, Semyaza was up in heaven. They came down. They were here to, guide us, lead us. They weren't supposed to procreate with us. They weren't supposed to mate with us. But I guess these women were walking around looking too good. That's why they're supposed to cover their heads. I see that's why a lot of these women wear the scarves. A woman's head is not supposed to be uncovered. Right? We see a lot of the Muslim women, they're fully covered. Their heads are covered, their hair. And that's because those angels were up there and they saw them and they were mesmerized. Yep, you see them? I guess those women were walking around with all that out. They were all that out. Was all that out? Was all that
But what's crazy is they're still beautiful. Like, I still see their eyes. I can tell this girl's beautiful. Look at those beautiful eyes.
But then they come to
very pretty. She is.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
That's all you need?
Yeah.
Well,
because if you think about it, you can fall in love with a girl's eyes.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can.
well,
You
can.
can.
See what I'm saying? That's my Pisces talking right there.
yeah.
Never mind me.
What about you, Killah Priest? Is she mesmerizing you with those eyes, hypnotizing?
Let me see her again.
I mean, yeah, the eyes nice. I mean,
You need to see it all, though, right?
I need to see a little bit more. Yeah, maybe I need to see a little bit. Because I'm always about smiles. So smiles definitely will get me more than the eyes.
Yeah.
Right away.
And she gotta have
Yeah,
all
what
her
if that
teeth.
wasn't your? What if that was
You gotta have all your teeth?
She have crooked teeth. It's over for me. She got crooked
You
teeth.
can fix that, but you can fix it. That's what the people is.
You're right.
Don't
Well,
throw
we have
them
to go
away.
back into ancient history and find out what kind of toothbrush they use and what did they use to.
They were using herbs.
Herbs,
There's a
right?
mineral stuff that they had. Better,
barks.
better too.
Yeah.
But like I
watching
was saying,
stuff
so
like that.
Samyaza was looking down, and I believe that's why the Muslim women are fully covered because they, theirs goes back to the angels coming down, and the Samyaza was looking down, and he was mesmerized and hypnotized by the women. And when he came down, they started to procreate each other, and they started to create offspring called the Nephilim. I won't be talking about the Nephilim today. But they created, half human, half angelic beings called the Nephilim. But not only did they create offspring, they also gave knowledge, gave information. And what their knowledge was, was forbidden knowledge. And so Semyaza, he taught those enchantments. He's the one that taught those root cuttings and the castings of spells. And it was another angel called Amaros. He taught the release of spells. He taught how to resolve the enchantments. Kaokiobel, his name means star of God. He taught astrology and constellations. And then we have Astradel.
That's AD, right?
Angel Astradel, and he taught humans the course of the moon and the lunar calendar. So what they're saying is these angels are where this information and this knowledge came from. Now, the Most High wanted us to now these casting of spells and all of that stuff. No, but the Most High wanted this knowledge to be taught to us, but it was supposed to be the way He wanted it to be taught, not. He wanted us to know about the solar and how things, like we know the 24-hour day period and all that kind of stuff. He wanted us to know about that. It's just the way He wanted us to know, not casting spells and things like. We're not supposed to be knowing that. So they was giving us what they call the forbidden knowledge. And then we have Azazel, and he taught men how to make swords, daggers and shields. It taught them how to make those breastplates. So they give homage, I guess, what you would call the Vikings and things like that. They were pagan. They paid homage to, so they made the breastplates also with the minerals, what you get with the Hittites. They were known to have mixed the bronze. That was the Bronze Age. They were the ones that took the bronze and they created the weapons from bronze, the iron, and made bronze with it. They pay homage to a god, the deity, for giving them that ability to be able to create that. And that's what it's called the Bronze Age, because that's when they were using a lot of bronze. Now, they say Azazel taught men how to make swords, daggers, shields, breastplates. So if you ever wondered where and how they got the knowledge, let alone the idea to create these powerful and extremely deadly weapons, you can say that, credited the fallen angels for that. Azazel showed them the art of making jewelry, such as bracelets, ornaments, and he also taught how to decorate the eyes, beautifying the eyelids. Providing them the knowledge of the most precious stones. So how do you even know about these stones? What do you know to do? How do you even know what to do with these stones? Not to say that we weren't supposed to know this stuff. It's just the way that the order of how they did it. Did the Most High want us to know about weaponry to kill each other with? That's a good question. But the color of our, like you see, AD was mesmerized by her eyes. So she probably decorated those things and really got them, with those. And then you can thank the fallen angel.
That's right there. That's nice eyes. Yeah,
that's AI.
You said that's AI.
Those are nice eyes right there. They got you.
Damn.
Yeah.
They got you.
Yeah, that's some eyes right there. That's very intense.
Hazel.
Wow.
Yeah. I want to add on.
Go ahead. And the world was changed. I'm done with that was all I had. So let's go. That's it.
That's crazy.
And the world was changed. That's why the flood came. He had to start all over. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, you're not too. That's not too far because there was visits that was going on, like with Samson, right? So before he was born, they said that his parents was visited by we don't know if it was fallen or not, but it's always dealing with, because they're telling them that you have a child. What if some of them was just telling them, you know, you're gonna have a baby, and I'm gonna put this in you, because that's kind of wild, you know what I'm saying, with the hair. But the story of Samson and the story, you know, it's a couple of, like Gabriel. They said that he visited Mary. So you had these still infatuated coming down. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like, some of them could have been just wild with it, like you said, just wild with it. But when you look at it back then, there's a whole bunch of visits. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just
go to the Dogon. Pull him up, AD. Pull up the Dogon.
Yeah,
Dogon. Pull him up. You familiar with the Dogon priest?
Somewhat. They said they were from. They yeah. Go ahead. Build on it.
You know who they are, AD? The Dogon.
I don't know enough to speak on them. No.
Me either.
Okay, we can talk about the Dogon. So the Dogon were actually this African tribe who said they were visited by entities, and they actually gave them knowledge of the Sirius. Yep, there they are.
Now,
and they've said they were visited. Go ahead.
No, what she's doing, she's telling their story. This is not her saying it. This is what they said. So you can't attack her. This is what they said. So you have to go find a Dogon.
Somebody's what?
No, I'm just adding on. Nobody said anything. I just said this word before.
No, guys. So there's a group of people. There's a tribe in Africa. What I'm doing is just telling you the history of the information about this tribe.
Right.
I don't believe in any of this stuff. But like I said, the foundation is the Bible. The foundation is the scriptures. Book of Enoch talks about, which is in the Bible. It talks about how these angels came down, and that's what you're seeing. These people are worshiping, you know, when you get into the Muslims with the Islam and all that kind of stuff. These different deities all came from these angels that came down. Here we have the Dogon people, and they were a tribe in Africa, and they cannot understand how did they know about the Sirius B star. How do they know about these stars? They have the accredited knowledge of stars that are not seen with the human eye, and Sirius B. And they have this information, and they tell everybody that they were actually visited by celestial bodies, celestial beings.
Right.
Okay.
Right. There's a couple
they
of tribes. They
speak on space and extraterrestrials. Okay,
right.
so they're known for astral projecting. They're known for these extraterrestrial beings coming down, visiting them, and they're also known for the knowledge. They have the knowledge and the information. When you look at, they have the fish. They have like the fish outfits, which matches that of. If you want to go into those images, I probably have to come back and
what's it called?
Teach on this, because I don't have this all set up for you all to see.
No, it's all,
the nomos,
it's all
put
great.
the nomos on there. The nomos, N-O-M-M-O-S, nomos.
Okay.
Another tribe that they were from there.
Okay, going not that particular image. It should be one that's not that one. Should be like a relief. No, it's like a stone relief. It's not a But yeah, while you guys are looking at them, this is what they're saying they, what they were visited with by. But if I want you to look at this, I guess you would call it.
It's heavy.
Okay. Well, We can't seem to pull it up. I have it, but you guys can't seem to find it.
You want to share your screen?
Anyway, share my screen. I'm not on my I'm not on my laptop. That's I'm talking about stuff that I shouldn't be talking about because I don't have anything to show for it. Right?
Well, we love
We'll
it.
just
We
do
love
a
it. Yeah, we do
presentation
we'll do
on it. This is like a preview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of tribes that said they were from it. There's native tribes too that said they were from clay, mud.
Get close to the mic, Priest.
All right.
I got a noise gate that might cut you off.
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
There you go.
Is this thing on?
If you get too far, the noise gate won't pick you up.
Oh, okay. Let me look. There's another tribe that said they were descendants from a dragon. You know what I mean? And even Quetzalcoatl, a lot of people, there's ancient tribes that say they were descendants from they were brought here by the. Yeah.
And that's a good one there. Quetzalcoatl, he's actually has an equivalent with Kukulkan. You know what I'm saying? So there's different equivalents. That's what I was saying to you. You know, they called him Quetzalcoatl. I don't want to say it was the Mali. I believe they called him Kukulkan. But like with the Dogon, they were in West Africa, and they had astronomical knowledge of the Sirius B star. Okay, and they knew they had an understanding of the star system Sirius, which you guys hear about Sirius, right? But they talk about Sirius. There's technology that we're using right now, and it's actually after a star, and it's actually not visible to the naked eye. So they're trying to understand, how does this tribe, who's supposed to be what we would consider to be primitive, know anything about a star that is not visible by the naked eye? And they're telling you that they were visited by these extraterrestrial beings that came down, and they understood the Earth orbit. They understood that the Earth revolves around the sun. They knew about Jupiter's. They knew that Jupiter had 4 moons, and they knew about Saturn having rings. So the Dogon believed that the Nomos came down. Now, when you look at the Nomos, if I had that image, they were like these fish-like beings. They were fish deities. And when you look at the Pope, you know how the Pope has that headdress?
The fish hat.
They have the fish hat? That all comes from the Nomos. If you can show that, AB?
Yeah, originally that was said to be representing the age of Pisces that we just had with the fish hat. But I also did hear about that correlation with the Dogos. Yeah, that's technically a fish head.
That's it right there. And that's what they linked that to. 1 second. Yeah, that's him. There he is. Look up Dagon, Dagon, Look him up. That's who I was trying to get you to. There he is right there. That's the image I want. There it is. We can find it. You see how they got the Pope there? Somebody already put it together for me. Thank you, guys. You see how this is what they're saying, that it came down. Yeah, there it is. So your Pope, Dagon, that's who they said that came down and gave the knowledge to the Dogon. Dogon, Dagon, same thing. And we see here, the Pope has the same headdress as the deity Dagon. So.
That's interesting.
Real, right?
Yeah. I remember hearing about this.
You remember hearing about that, AD?
Yeah, it's familiar, but I'm still a student to this information, so I find it intriguing.
Yeah. It's like I said, and then you guys see, they talk about Samson battled the Philistines. The Philistines, this is their god Dagon. The Philistines' god is Dagon. So But this is the god with the right there with the fish headdress. And this is the one that they accredit to the Dogon, Dogon. And they're saying that the Dogon, that's what they would consider to be a primitive African tribe in Africa, had this prestigious knowledge of the Sirius star B, and which is not, how do they know about the rings of Saturn? How do they know about this star? How do they know about the Earth's rotation? How do they know about the moons of Jupiter? I mean, they had a lot of knowledge, and as we see the Pope, why is he wearing this out of all the hats? Why does he have to wear this hat?
Yeah.
Why is he dressed in this out of all the looks?
Yeah.
Why is he looking like that? They just lost their Pope, but hey. But but like I was saying, this goes back. But if people want to, say like, well, what do we know? But there is, a tribe in Africa right now that has all this knowledge and information, and they're crediting this deity right here. And then we see that the Catholics are, keeping him alive and well. The Pope, he dresses just like him. And the Philistines, this was their god, and Samson had battled with the Philistines, and this is who they were giving praise to. But I feel like I didn't, probably went all around the world. I wasn't supposed to go.
You were great. It was great. It was great. It was great. I was looking for this other chart.
And we appreciate it though. Like, even though it's not in full presentation format, we appreciate the preview of what you can possibly do in the future, because it kind of just it's like brainstorming for us. Kind of gives us an idea for future topics.
I told Priest I wanted to come on a little bit more prepared, but he was like, "Come on with me tonight." I was like, "I'll come on with you."
Yeah.
But as you see, I would like to have it all set up for you, and I can do that. I can, have it all, instead of having you to
put it to bed. Let's do.
Pull this up? Can you pull that up? I already have it all set up for you in presentation form. But yeah, guys, like I was saying though, with the Steve Jobs, he's accrediting. He if you guys take your time, you want to look into it. He actually gives you knowledge. He lets you know that he went on his spiritual journey, and he seeked those what would you call them? Those babas, and he got the knowledge from them. And this is where you get your phone. This is where you get your iPad. This is where you get it. This is where they got that, they call it extraterrestrial technology. They'll tell you that. That's what they said in Ancient Aliens. They call it extraterrestrial technology. I call it fallen angel technology. I take it up a step. I take it up a step higher,
Yeah, because we really went from flip phones and those Nokias to smartphones was a big boost.
No pun intended.
Yeah, Boost Mobile.
Yeah,
that was a big jump.
Well, they said that Steve Jobs said that he wanted everybody to be able to have it all at one time. Everybody had this camera, everybody had this phone, everybody, we had all these different things, and he wanted to be able to combine them all together. And maybe that's why he went all the way over there.
And it's interesting. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, which I know we can, but it's almost biblical prophecy if you connect the phone to being able to buy and sell things in tribulation. You know what I mean? To like with a mark in your right hand. Would that mark be your phone? Because you can use your phone to buy all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
It's so much power, and then like right now with this generation, like I've been seeing a lot of TikToks, right? And they said that we're like the last generation to be able to live without the phone, being attached to the phone, being able to, go outside and play and have a good childhood instead of being tied down to this technology. So like right now with my son, he told me he needed to do his homework, needed to charge his phone. I was like, why do you need to charge your phone for your homework? It helps me with my homework. No, it doesn't help me. You're cheating. So, they have this in where they can just scroll over it and it'll give you it's good to have this information, but then again, it's not.
With AI, You could write a whole paper. You could write essays. You can have it do your homework for you. You can upload your homework and say, answer these questions. Boom, done. Like it literally does everything.
What are we gonna do with this generation, guys? What is this generation? What is the generation? Generation Alpha?
Nah, it's not my It's actually not my generation because all
It's
this,
true. It's
all
not his generation.
the AI stuff. I was writing my papers straight.
Yeah.
Teaching out of code.
Yeah,
How old are you, Solomon? How old are you?
28, turning 29.
Oh, well, he's up there with me. He's not. Damn, he's up.
Yeah.
He's around me.
He's almost a millennial.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he's
am.
almost a millennial.
Millennial, right?
Technically, I am
You're
a
millennial,
I'm on the
right?
cusp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the cusp.
Yeah, you're technically Priest is probably what you a Z. I mean an X, not a Z, an X.
Generation X.
Me?
Yeah.
You're X.
Yeah.
He's Generation X. He's definitely not. He's definitely not a boomer. Priest is not a boomer.
Nah.
Shout out to Generation X.
Yeah.
Nothing
shout
against
out
the
Shout out
boomers.
to X.
Shout out to Nas Born in the building.
Yeah.
But guys, I didn't had you guys. I didn't had you all on. Well,
We
look
love
at me
it.
talking about I had you guys on. You guys had me on.
We love it. We love it.
Yeah.
Word.
We appreciate you.
I had
Honest to
fun.
you, Queen Naphtali, that presentation was dope.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
fine.
thank you. That was actually off the cuffs. That was,
I came in to add on with you. I'm like, this
Well,
is
thank
epic.
you.
You understand?
That
Like,
was that's what I wanted.
I didn't even get a chance to greet nobody. I was so drawn. I was like, let me just get up in here. Okay, let me get up in
As
here.
soon as you mentioned Thor,
You didn't even see him.
right when you mentioned Thor, Knowledge Born wanted to come on board.
He wanted to come on board. That's right.
Honest to you,
then
Queen
we see
Naphtali.
Priest with the hammer. Priest with the hammer. Okay.
Belshazzar.
Ooh.
Oh, I gotta shout myself out. So guys, I'm Queen Naphtali, representing Naphtali's New School of Thought. Check out my channel. This is kind of stuff that I talk about. Also, I love, the Most High says, out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, his word should be established. So I like to talk about not only the Bible as my foundation, but I also like to talk about history as well as science. And I like to try to put all of those together because I know that people can't just go based off of how they feel and tell you what they feel. They also have to bring up, stuff to prove that. Now, are we going to be perfect in everything? No, but at least there's, like I said, when I talk about the fallen angels, I was able to represent the Dogon tribe. There's many, like I said, the days of the weeks. You see the Catholics, the Romans with their archaeological technology, their archaeological, how everything is set up, with their Ishtar gates and their pillars of their obelisk. All of that has a story. It's not all done by coincidence. It's not all done because it looks nice. It's all done because it actually represents a deity. But guys, go ahead and check me out. Subscribe to my channel. And whenever, Priest, let me know when you want me to come back. I'll be more prepared and have a little bit more
you were great.
stuff to showcase for you.
All right. Do that soon.
All right, so
I'll let you
Thank you, Naphtali.
Peace, yo. That was crazy. It's good to tap onto those many subjects. It's kind of dope. What up, Knowledge Born? This is science.
All right, now I can orient myself properly. Let me greet my twin brother / nephew over there.
Much love.
The bearer of the gems. Solo.
Much love. Peace.
It was so amazing seeing y'all two at the pyramids. You understand what I'm saying? Like seeing y'all two together, father and son and father at the pyramids. You understand what I'm saying? Like from those pyramids that y'all saw in the east to the pyramids in the west.
Yep. Yeah, we was together there too. That's
you know
crazy.
Like these things work together. They work. When we talk about Nile Valley culture and Nile Valley civilization, we don't know how far it spread. So anyone that has an organized space or system of governance, a system of science, a system of healing, and a system of deific veneration, there's a credit to Nubia and there's a credit to the Nile Valley because Asar and the Set came from Nubia into Kemet, misnomer as Egypt. So Naphtali, Queen Naphtali was talking about the Dogon. She was talking about the people from Mali. So the Dogon people saw the star system. See, Western science will give you the truth and a lie at the same time. They'll tell you can't see this with the physical eye, but somebody saw it with the physical eye at the same time. And they had the intricacies of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Killah Priest. The Earth is already in space. You understand what I'm saying? Forever, that's it. Forever, that's it. The Earth is already in space. So how could you not see this in the night sky? The dog star Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. Equivalent to the light of the sun. You can't see it? They'll tell you this, and then they'll tell you like, hey, you can't see it with your physical eye. So the star system, this Hubble telescope that they use to magnify and look 15 million years in the past, is at a solar system similar to ours, quote unquote. It's the reason why they're aware of the dog star system. It's a triune star system. Wow. When Naphtali alluded to Sirius B, there's Sirius A, B, and C. C becomes visible at an appointed time where you can see it, and you can only see it for that time. So during that other time, all you see is Sirius A and B that shine together as one for it to be the brightest star in the night sky. So again, our ancestors, the people that we come from, created cultural variances and cultural motifs based upon what they observed, not what they didn't observe. They saw it in order to do it. So when the uninitiated minds come to inquire, like, oh, where did you get this information from? Oh, some aliens came and told us. You understand what I'm saying? Like, like if you knew, you wouldn't ask the question. So because you asked the question, I'm going to give you an answer that's palatable to your psychology, because they were warned about these people. They learned about these people from Nile Valley culture. Whenever you see these people, it tells you down is up and up is down. Oh, be weary of it. So, in order to keep your ancient technology and your ancient cultural secrets together, we'll give you some falsehood, and you can run with that and say, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to do this Stargate type of situation. You know, that's who came down and built the pyramids. Like, some aliens came from another star system just to come to Earth and build some pyramids and get on the on a spaceship and roll out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so this is where these things come from. So, you know, if we're talking about the Nomo, we could look in Babylonian and Akkadian history. We got Unapishtim. So how do we have a Bible with a man named Jonah going into a big fish? How does that work? All these things work. So again, this is cultural continuity. We can go to Africa and find everything. The cell phone that y'all were alluding to, the cobalt comes out of where? Africa. For your cell phone. So, like, we don't go away from the cultural narratives of our ancient ones. You know, the Bible speaks of ancient ones and old ones. You see what I'm saying? There's a differentiation. So that means that our ancient ones wrote these books to try to give us like a heads up. Now, the fallen angels that she was talking about, they exist. You know, Priest, you got the joint, Nakamati. Nakamati writes extensively about these fallen angels and how they came to Earth and what they were doing. And Yaldabaoth and all of those
Brex.
deity forces that folks that they deify. So, she broke down Molech, she broke down all of these things. There's a certain entity that's not a people, like the Bible calls them, that operates on the planet, and this is how they operate. You see what I'm saying? So if we don't have our cultural narratives and our cultural motifs intact, we'll fall victim to anything. So if you look and you ascribe yourself as the people of the Bible, you get the thing that comes along with the people.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So if you want to be the people,
Yeah.
the people want to connect your lineage, you want to deny a divine spirit, like saying, okay, we come from God and we interface with the Most High God or the Most High Power through various agencies. That's something different. But if you like, yo, we the people of the book, then you get with the people's chastisement and judgment and punishment that comes along with it. Because these ones that are following after those fallen angels that she alluded to, there's a painful chastisement that comes. It don't look like it. It look like they winning. Because these things are made fair to me. But that book also says, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be.
Sure did.
And so literally, these are things that are being rediscovered. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the Christopher Columbus syndrome. How do you discover something that's already here? How do you discover a people that's already here? You see what I'm saying? So all these things, coming together and being pointed out. It's beautiful that we still go back to the wisdoms of our ancients, the sages of our ancients in Bible and Quran that wrote these things for a time. In the book of Daniel, these things are sealed up. Said, write these things and they're sealed up. But in the book of Revelations, it says, unseal these things for the kingdom of God is at hand. So we see the struggle. Down to her name, Queen Naphtali, with the archetype of Job, he who struggled with this angel all night, wrestled with this angel, and at the end he became Israel. His name was no longer Jacob. You see what I'm saying? So that struggle, that gained the victory through wrestles, your higher and your lower self at battle with itself, one another, and who's going to be victorious in the battle? When you feed, right? So Christ said to the people that became his discipleship, I will show you how to be fishers of men. They were fishers. They was making bread. You understand what I'm saying? They were successful out there in the world because they knew how to cast their net and bring in the fish. That's a recruiting tool and term that's meant for organizational growth.
Fire, man.
You out there fishing. If you was in the Nation of Islam in my father's day, you out fishing. So Jehovah's Witnesses call it witnessing. You see what I'm saying? The Hebrews call it crying aloud. The gods call it building. You out there in the cipher in the building, you the piece with the magnetic that's drawing people in. We're all fishing. So these fish that came and taught this sacred knowledge, this know means to know. So if you're dealing with that quest for knowledge, quote unquote, there's a process. There's a journey. You see what I'm saying? So if you were dealing with the star system, if you were dealing with the Dogon tribe, my great-grandfather's tribe on my father's side, that's your inheritance. You go through this initiatory rites, and it's not like, okay, you might be here 2 years, 3 years. You might be there your whole life. And the lessons say, why does you make the devil study to 35 to 50 years? That's a double life sentence in some states. If you in a state where 25 years to life, 25 years is a life sentence. So 35 to 50 years is a double life sentence. before you can deal with this type of situation, because this is a process. But it could be somebody that's there 6 months. That's why the Bible says wisdom should come out of the mouth of babes. And then it talks about the vineyard when you wrought those hours, and then somebody comes in the last hour and they get the same reward as somebody who's been there their whole life. Because that time is indiscriminate. Your intention and your dutifulness becomes something. So you might look at an old man in dotage, or a young man in the space of disbelief, and look at them like they fools, and they got something that you never had. And your destiny is to grow from a young person to an old man or an old woman. You know what I'm saying? So with Priest, we brought it close, like, consider the ant. Now you have to look in nature. Is your nature aligned with God? So shout out to you both for God nature. Realigning us back with finding and discovering God in a place where it seems to appear to be godless. We're walking in the land of Nod. Everybody asleep, right? You understand what I'm saying?
That was hard.
So honestly, the ability to be able to proclaim God in the time where people are turning away and dwelling in a land where God's face won't be seen. So all of these masqueraders that are being exposed, they're getting swallowed up by the fish. You see what I'm saying? They're getting swallowed up by that fish, and they're not going to survive. And they're not going to be like Jonah. Jonah only met the fish because he shrugged his duty. He on the boat, supposed to be going to Nineveh, like, yo, fam, nah, I ain't going today. So, the water's raging, and he sleep. He nodding. He nodded off. You know what I'm saying? Like, my man woke him up like, yo, how could you be asleep at a time like this? Like, yo, he's like, oh, that's for me. Just throw me in the water. So, AD was talking about Pisces. You see what I'm saying? Like, all right, water sign, you getting submerged in the water. That's the baptism. So now, something that was simple becomes more complex because you submerge now in the water and you get swallowed up by it. Again, these are process of initiates. Y'all floated on the Nile River. They gave their children to the river, quote unquote. That means that their children became priest and priestess in the order of whatever that cultural narrative that called them to. Some were healers, some were doctors, some were warriors. They became workers or initiates in that particular craft. So floating down the Nile River, they were talking about like the alligators and things like that. The Haitian Revolution popped off because of them meeting that Queen Mother at the river where the alligators was. Anybody who refused to fight or had an issue with fighting against their colonizers, they fed them to the alligators. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all remember Peter Pan, right? The alligator had a bell.
Wow.
You understand
what was his name, Peter Pan?
He was out there, fighting against Captain Hook, but I don't remember the alligator name, but the alligator had a bell.
He had a clock too, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So you could hear him based off of the bell, because otherwise you wouldn't hear him. You just food. And they show the relationship between the alligator and the bird from the air, and
I'm tripping. That was Pinocchio. My bag.
Okay. Oh, either way,
Peter Pan.
Right? It works together, right?
That's another conversation too.
Yeah.
So it works because the bird comes down and picks the pulled out of the teeth of the alligator and the crocodile. See what I'm saying? So there's a relationship between heaven and earth, or the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. So now we're talking about fish. Why would fish be coming from outer space and not from the water?
Damn.
You ever seen a fish out of water?
That's insane. Like
so again, these things are, cosmologies that folks are, battling in their tug of war. They're wrestling with these things. So these are all aspects, and the clock feature and the crocodile or the reptilian part of the brain, it's a preoccupation with time. And time in Nile Valley culture is called Kansu. And Kansu is not a malefic or malevolent deity. It just is. Time exists. You see what I'm saying? So the preoccupation with time, what was that? The rabbit in Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah.
He was never on time. He was late. I'm late. So if you deal with Chronos, you would see the train maker in the Matrix. He had all those watches on. All those, aspects of time. And he was preoccupied with his schedule. He had built that world outside of the Matrix to smuggle programs in and out. The train man. You see what I'm saying? So he was on that. He was a part of that Chronos. If you look at your circulatory system as the blood goes through your body, it operates on the schedule. It operates on a set time. So all of these things kind of work together. So this reptilian part of your brain is concerned with the dimension for things to be weighted and measured. And one of those ways of weighting and measuring is time. Time don't exist, but we give credence to it when you got something going on. I promise you, if you don't have nothing going on in your life, it don't matter what time it is. Do it solo.
That's true.
Unless you got to be somewhere and you got some things going on, that's when time matters. So, the 8 hours, they say, this 9 to 5 type of situation, it has a resonance. We send our children to school from 7 to 3 o'clock. That's an 8-hour time span. So for 8 hours, then you add in the time it takes to prep, time to travel, that's another hour. And then they have to get back to you, that's another hour. And then they might have 2 to 3 hours of homework.
Yeah.
And I was talking about this yesterday, Solo. I was like, when you come home from work, you don't bring work home.
Oh yeah, you're not.
You don't do it as an adult. Why would you subject your child to it?
That's
they gotta come home with homework. They come home with work They come home with work.
Yeah, that's true.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ain't getting it in that 8 to 10 hours. You got to add something additional. Now, this preoccupation with time. And they're not going to focus because they want to play. They want to decompress. Just like when you come home from work, you don't want to hear nothing. You want to decompress. You understand?
Yeah.
You want silence. You want something mindless because you've been at it all day. Physically, mentally, emotionally. And they come home and they got homework to do. And you're like, do you do your homework? you're like, man, come on. Like, not you too. It's supposed to be my sanctuary. You know what I'm saying? So again, the preoccupation with time at that level, it represents these things in regards to something being weighted and measured. So now you get a grade.
Right.
You get a grade based on your ability to meet deadlines and work with time, and they don't explain it to you like that. So you're not at home with somebody who can explain it to you like, okay, this is how the world of work functions. It functions around this clock. But astrologically, because I heard a little astrological reference, and shout out to Zodiac for the jewel. On the zodiacal wheel, just like the wheels that's on the clock, the clock of destiny that's represented. Every 2 hours, you go through each sign. So in a 24-hour period, you go through all 12 signs. 2 hours in each sign. And if you look at any semblance of culture where it's something of importance, they have a time. But the Bible doesn't call it time, Solo. Remember what the Bible calls it? Season. To everything, there's a season. Right? So all these things become important based on your cultural orientation. So your cultural orientation. So today we got Philip Bailey from Earth, Wind, and Fire. His birthday is today.
Oh, cool.
Look, we just talking about Bell, right? And bells and all that. So
nice.
We got Philip Bailey, and we got who did I just see for today earlier? It is Sonny Liston. Because Priest got on, Muhammad Ali, Sonny Liston. His birthday is today. And we on Ghostface Killah Eve. Ghostface birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, what?
Shout out to
Man, we in Taurus season.
Yeah, we in Taurus season heavy, okay?
We almost went into Taurus subject with Naphtali because she was talking about Belle and Bella, and I didn't want to like direct where the conversation was going, but I was thinking like, oh, we can go into Bull. Because from Bell goes into Bull, and when Bull, you're going into Taurus. Taurus ruled by Venus. Venus is Bella, Bea. I was like, yo, we could go there. But I
see the picture of Forrest, and shout out to John Newsom. John Newsom sent me the vinyl. Autographed by him.
Oh, yeah, we got those books, too.
Of Forrest.
There you go.
I don't know if you can see.
Yeah,
there you go.
You got to bring it close because you see the AI is gonna just crop out Priest's picture. That's probably too close. Yeah, you got to bring it back. It's gonna crop it out. There you go. See, we only see Priest.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah. It's God nature though over here. We dealing with God's nature.
Right.
Nature.
Brought us back into nature. So I have that album from him, and I also got Raekwon's album, the Fila album.
Come on back.
Fly International.
Oh, we got a super chat from Jay Bland. He says, second star from the right and straight on until morning are the directions to get to Sirius in the astral realm.
Exactly.
That's too far away. I ain't gonna fly that far.
We gotta keep it going.
No, Priest wants to say he wants to keep it going.
Get to the music.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no, you good, you good.
We're gonna get to the music.
Killing it.
Yeah, so shout out to Philip Bailey and Sonny Liston on today.
That's what's up.
Salute to Ghost. Tomorrow on the 9th.
All right, here we go. We're gonna go on to song promotions.
Song promotions. You send in your music, we play it live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir. All right, logging in. What do we got? We got a submission here from Reborn the Rebizzle from Danbury, Connecticut, with a song called Principles of Life into Prayer. All right, let's see. Like a YouTube video.
Heavenly Father, I come before you in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, asking you to forgive me of all my sins, to wash me clean in your blood, the blood that you have shed on the cross. I'm asking you to use me for your glory, O Father. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Let it not be about me, the MC, but let it be about you, your only glory, the one who is worthy, Use me to bring forth your message, to spread it through the earth, to lead all men into salvation in Christ Jesus. And prepare the groundwork as you have commanded me to. So let this album be used for your glory. Let it have no flesh involved in it. But let your Holy Spirit do the leading and the touching the hearts of all those who need you, so they may know what your principles of life is really all about. Teach us your ways, oh Father God. Show us how to live according to your will, according to your purpose. I'm lost without you. I pray all this in Jesus' name. I need you, Lord. Let your glory be revealed. Let it be revealed. I'm just a voice in the wilderness, shouting repentance to all that will hear. Everyone that is of the truth will hear your truth, oh Father. Yes, Father. And I thank you, Lord. Create within me a clean heart and renew a right spirit within me. Create within me the spirit of boldness to proclaim your truth. Let your will be known through the earth, oh Lord God. Let these words minister to those who are lost, who does not know you, and who need to come to know you. I worship you, oh Father God. Use me for your glory, oh Lord. Let all men be turned to you, to worship you, the only true God, the creator of heaven and earth. That way we all may bow before you and worship you in true holiness and find true resource and true purpose in you. And only you, oh Lord. Yes, Lord. Glory to your name. Hallelujah. You have commanded all men everywhere to repent. Yes, Lord. Because you have set a day in reckoning with the world through Jesus.
Yo, that was like WWF entrance for like Reborn the Rebizzle. Like if you ever do like a WWF fight, that would be your theme song coming into
Heavenly
the ring.
Father.
You know what I'm saying? In all seriousness, because that was very epic of an intro. It's very grand. You know what I'm saying? That is entrance music, basically. Priest likes it too, and Solomon. They gotta go handle some business right now, but they heard it. They said that was dope. They're gonna hear the rest of it too on the way. All right, you guys. What do you think, Knowledge?
Reborn to Rebizzle is an oracle that's on fire for righteousness, on fire for the Lord. So he's being used as an instrument to cast out a lot of these things that folks have been holding on to. So I think he does a remarkable job. Like, this is one of the greatest, manifestations of where he stands and how he moves. On every DMX album, he had a prayer. And it was a prayer of power. You understand what I'm saying? So he's a powerful brother, Reborn to Rebizzle, and his crew, Sons of Thunder, and every people that's on fire for God. You understand what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing to be able to see again. I was just speaking about it. So honest to Reborn to Rebizzle out there in Danbury, Connecticut, for being a living oracle to speak the word of God boldly and without compromise.
Yeah. That's what's up. Well said. That's a cool track. Shout out to Reborn. That was produced and composed and arranged by DJ Rebizzle for Rebeats Productions, mixed and mastered by Jermaine Robinson, Herbert for Zealous Productions. Danbury, Connecticut, holding it down. That's what's up. All right, let's keep it going. Coming up next now, we've got an artist here named The Urban Legend from Detroit. Track is called Careful What You Write. Hold on, let me bring it back here first. Hold on, we're gonna do another setup right here. Hold on. Let me bring it like this. Hold on, Knowledge. I'm gonna make you full screen because I gotta reset. Nope, not like that. Okay, cool. Thank goodness for the Control Z button, man. I could not live without the Control Z button. I wish I could Control Z in life.
You do it. You do it all day, every day.
Right? There we go. How's that look? Clean. I'm trying to keep it clean. All right.
How you like them apples?
How you like them apples? I be saying that. I be saying that all the time.
I know. I'll be checking it out.
Some of the younger cats don't know what you're talking about. Like, what are you talking about apples? There ain't no apples around here. What you talking about? That's an old phrase. Okay. Here we go again. Let's the Urban Legend from Detroit. Track is called Careful What You Write. It's from the Urban Legend Origin Story, Outskirts Entertainment. It's an MP3. Here we go.
What you bump into me for, man? Here, take this. What you want me to do with this? Who are you, man? What's your problem? And just listen. A master ink pen craftsman finds a piece of searing hot metal glaring in the distance. What is this? Some type of alien aloe. As it hovered over the ground, markings on the grass turns the eye yellow. As it picks it up and handles it with care, you could tell the metal was rare. Cause the place of the beach should have been heavy, but light as the earth's air. He places out the trunk of his car, 30 minutes to his workshop. He begins to work non-stop, day and night, eyes bloodshot. All alone I know the side effects of the metallics causes headaches and nosebleeds. Having inner visions followed by chronic fatigue. He awakened to an engraving in the pen, not knowing how it got there or even when it happened. Baffled by the strange events as he tries to forget, turning on the television, watching news at 11 and shocking expressions on his face and eyes widen when he actually realizes what he's holding inside the wrong hands. This can be used as a weapon, so be careful what you write with this. That's what he told me. He placed the pen in my hand, I'll start a story. Be careful what you write with this. That's what he told me. He placed the pen in my hand, I'll start a story. Be careful what you write with this. That's what he told me. He placed the pen in my hand, I'll start a story.
Oh, that's it? Yo, that was dope. I wanted to hear more. Fire. I'm feeling that. I like the beat. I like the way it sounded. I like the mix. Had a cool vibe to it. Careful what you write. I like it. The Urban Legend. What do you think, Knowledge? Knowledge Born is still there. Yes.
Oh yeah, that was epic.
Right?
I was salivating like you. I'm like, all right, let's go. You see what I'm saying? There was an amount of hunger. There was a level of storytelling, detail. You felt like you were walking with him.
Yeah.
You know. So now he's someone that's mindful. And AD, I say this, a lot of the times with submissions, you submit your best work.
Yeah.
And he gave the illest cliffhanger. You like, word? And you like, yeah. That's it. I'm like, all right. I was invested. I'm looking. I'm like, yeah, all right. We about to get into some intricacies right here. But he painted a vivid picture, and he made a tactical exit that was dope. You know what I'm saying? So that was Urban Legend out of Detroit.
The Urban Legend.
The Urban Legend. Shout out to the Urban Legend from Detroit, aka D Mecca. You see what I'm saying? So that's a place where a lot of stories are happening.
And that's smart because that leaves you wanting more.
Right.
It's very easy to overdo. We were talking about overdoing things today. And Priest was bringing it up about how, some things are overdone. In all aspects. The dosage is key. Right. And everything. And like sometimes less is more.
And we in the season of overindulgence, not by its nature, but by, again, shout out to Kai Zodiac, by the position of Gemini in the house of Taurus. So the ability to overindulge, the inclination to overindulge. So, folks are pretty gluttonous out here with their thoughts. So to hear something like the urban legend saying, careful what you write.
Yeah.
Careful, like be full of care, be mindful. You know what I'm saying? Like knowing enough is enough.
Yeah.
One of these days, AD, I'll talk about that movie Sinners. You seen it?
Everyone's talking about Sinners, and I'm not one.
I want to let it die down a little bit because I want to get into it for real. Because there's a lot of people that's talking a lot of.
I'm trying to go see that new Marvel movie, Thunderbolts. That's more my speed. You know what I mean? Horror movies. The only time I go see them is if I'm with a girl that wants to go see them.
Now, it's not really horror. It's not really horror.
It's not. I couldn't tell. It looked like just another scary movie.
Yeah, it's not a scary movie. It's a movie from, if you look at it like this, you an old man sitting around with either your grandchildren, but if you ain't have no children, you don't have no grandchildren, or you sitting at the bar with a guy that you trust, and you share an experience of your life with him because you trust him. And you like, this old dude might be tripping or this old dude might be telling the truth. Either way, it ain't for you to decide, right? You like, all right, you want another drink? You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, it's really that. And it builds from that. But it's not, you don't really get that unless you hear stories. You see what I'm saying? So if you look at somebody write something. When they write something, they have somebody in mind. When you write a verse, you have a picture of somebody in your mind or a concept. You see it very clear and you write to that. And the opposite of that is freestyle or free verse.
Yeah.
Just whatever comes to your head, you say it or you put it down. So that's both of the worlds. So
everybody writes differently.
Yeah, this guy is telling this story as an old man who's about to check out. And he wants to share this story. He kept it repressed for all these years and he shares the story. And that's the story that's played out on the screen. I think it's very epic.
Yeah. That's cool.
In vivid detail from his recollection.
Yeah. So
other than that, you'd be like, what did I watch? Because you know how you'd be like, hey man, you're like, I don't know. I watched.
Well, you're talking about Sinners. Sinners is epic detail.
Yeah, it's epic detail, but you have to watch it from that frame of reference. Otherwise, you'd be like, what's going on? It'd be like you watch Pulp Fiction or you watch Dusk Till Dawn. You see what I'm saying? So you're like, all right, whose vantage point is the story being told? So if it's the people, you seen Dusk Till Dawn?
Yeah.
The movie? If it's Tarantino and George Clooney's perspective, then that's one thing. Or it's the girl that they had kidnapped in their family in that van, that's another story. But what if this story is told from the vampire's perspective? You see what I'm saying? So either way it goes, it's one way or another. You have to be able to readily identify someone in your story. Like the urban legend, he walks us through why it's supposed to be careful and who he met along the way that gave him that word of caution and how he incorporates it in his life as a MC, but also as a man. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is pretty dope. And it's getting a lot of fanfare and attention because Ryan Coogler directed it, and Ryan Coogler is a Gemini, and Gemini's in Jupiter. So anything that Gemini does is getting worldwide intergalactical attention. So yeah, it just makes sense. And Michael B. Jordan is a Aquarius. So expanding what you know.
Damn,
right?
you learned all about it, huh?
Well, I mean, people are talking about it. I'm like, why? What's this? What's this preoccupation? And the guy who plays Sammy, he's a Leo.
Mm.
So it's like all of the amplification in the world is there. I'm like, I had to look at it from that perspective. Who's the main character? And what story is being told? And they got an all-star cast in there together.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. But first, I'm trying to go see Thunderbolts, and then I wanted to see The Accountant too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to see The Accountant too. And I saw something else that I wanted to see. I was like, oh, word? Final Destination, AD, you know that?
Yeah, I'm not into all that. What is that? I know that's another movie that I would have to get dragged into. You know what I'm saying? I want to see.
How we gonna talk about it, AD? Come on. How we gonna talk about it if you
Here's the
don't go see
thing.
it?
Every time a girl drags me into one of these scary movies, I end up liking it more than she does. I was like, oh wow, this is crazy.
Well, treat yourself. Take yourself out on a date to that movie theater that you love, where you can recline and order food from your seat.
That's the only theaters I go to. First of all,
yeah,
and yeah, no, I got this one Aquarius, double Aquarius girl. I'm gonna take out to probably The Accountant because she doesn't like Marvel movies because she doesn't understand what's happening and who anybody is because she hasn't seen the previous ones. So I got to take her out to see these types of movies. But I like this because it's got the Punisher. No, wait. Yeah, that's the Punisher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the Punisher.
And it's neurodivergent children too. Like they're champions for neurodivergent representation.
Yeah.
So
see, this is more my kind of movie. Like right here, I like that. I saw the first one. It was cool.
I thought I was tripping. I was like, The Accountant too. Oh yeah. I gotta go see it.
Yeah, the first one was all right. This one looks better because there's definitely going to be some more gunplay.
I'm not finished.
Yeah. and if you've seen the Punisher series, it's crazy. And he came back. This John guy came back on. If you watched the latest Marvel installment of what is it? The Daredevil.
Yeah.
The latest Daredevil series on Disney Plus, Punisher comes back. Dude, he is ruthless. You can't even believe it's on Disney Plus. I'm like, this is the most violence.
I gotta check it out.
The most violence I've ever
seen. They
was
trying to be all middle of the road with Punisher. I didn't appreciate it because I'm like, yeah, it's not to do it from the comic.
He's John Wick level. I'm not gonna say it's more than John Wick because John Wick was pretty brutal, but he's about John Wick level violence on a Disney Plus series. And I'm talking about the latest Daredevil versions. You gotta see It's got Kingpin in it. The guy who plays Kingpin does a good job too. It's so well done. I like that new Daredevil series.
I gotta see it.
But yeah, see him come back. You can't believe it's on Disney Plus, man. It's some violence in there. I was like, damn. But it's good. It's well done.
Did you watch the rest of Cobra Kai?
Oh, of course. No, I watched Cobra Kai immediately.
You like the end?
No, I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. I get it.
The end? Was it over?
I don't think it's over. I think they can still do more. More.
But the way that they ended it, what do you think about?
It's very I don't want to say it's cliche, but it's the way you would want to see villains get taken out, and there's a lot of lessons being learned and all that.
They took themselves out. Like, how rich was that?
Yeah, I get it.
You know what I mean? Like that part where they say it cancels each other out, right?
Yeah.
But both of them are in both of them. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like they canceled themselves out, but they still live in both of those individuals with Johnny and Danny LaRusso.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Terry Silver still lives in him, and John Kreese still lives in him. Like, they even reconcile. So they still have that whole thing together. I think that it was pretty dope. Like with Chosen and even though they humanized Chosen, I didn't appreciate that. Chosen was that dude. Okay, Chosen was a
Yeah,
different kind of dude.
I know what you
Like it
mean.
was something. Yeah, like I wanted him to remain ruthless. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
and
they brought
what I
it
loved
out
about this.
every now and
Go
then.
ahead.
They brought out his ruthlessness, but
Yeah,
you know what they did is that they found humor in making him human. They found humor in
yeah,
making him light every now and then,
yeah,
and falling in love and all that.
yeah.
You remember all that? It's supposed to be like, especially for all the nostalgia that's already happening. So
Them
you're
kids
like,
was fighting, AD. I loved
yeah,
every moment of them little kids. They were scrapping. It wasn't like, we just gonna do like a little bit. Like, nah, they did the most. They did the most in the entire series. Those kids would
yeah.
whoop the Power Rangers behind, AD. Like them
But
little Power Ranger kids.
the girl, the daughter, is so
Yeah,
cute that
yeah,
I was worried for her. I didn't want her to get hurt. The other female, she's an Aries. The blonde girl,
yeah,
she's
yeah,
tough. You ain't that worried about her. But the cute little brunette girl, Minnie Mauser or something like that.
yeah. Everybody fought though.
She's
They
so
were fighting.
cute. You don't want her to get hurt. Like, oh, be careful. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But no, everyone did a great job. It was cool. And
Miguel
yeah.
remains the guy forever. Robbie King was like a close
Ah,
second. He's like a close second, but Miguel, though, Miguel was that dude. Miguel made me believe in the series. When I saw him transform into like a Cobra Kai guy, like
yeah,
that guy, AD, man, how nostalgic was that when he walked into that prom party with that Cobra Kai costume on. You know what I'm saying? Like the
yeah,
same one Johnny had on. I was like, oh, like he wrecked out in that lunchroom and whooped everybody. Like he didn't even think about it. He didn't, it was no thought whatsoever. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? So he was the guy that, I was, initially drawn to and just kind of stayed with, even through all of the other soap opera stuff they try to add in there. This is what mattered. This right here, this pose you got, this is what I'm like, yeah, this is Miguel. Miguel's about to wreck out.
It was hard to tell who the protagonist was because they gave Robbie a lot of screen time too.
Yeah.
It almost seemed
Yeah,
like Robbie
he
was going to
got
be the
he
dude,
got the heartthrob thing. You see what I'm saying? He got the heartthrob thing going on.
but it
So
ended up working
like,
against him.
yeah, he's least like Johnny Lawrence, even though that's his son, and then he's most like him too
Yeah,
at the same time. So Miguel worked where he's not he's the most like Johnny when you look at the story and his transformation. And his transformation becomes something where it's just.
yeah,
So it was amazing to see the story told from the other side because we hated Johnny as kids, we hated Johnny. He's like, yo, Johnny's rude and blah blah blah. And when he told his story, he's like, yo, I was with the love of my life, and this guy came from New Jersey and changed everything in the
yeah,
summertime. And then he beat me in a tournament with an illegal move. You like, man, I didn't even put that together.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Hey,
this
but
guy, like
his
this is epic.
ending was well deserved.
Yeah.
He got a
Put
good.
it on the internet. Like he's
Yeah,
put that on the internet. Like, yeah, it's bugs, man. I'm telling you. This guy and this guy, like that was it.
he got the justice he deserved. He got
Right.
like everybody was happy for him.
Yeah.
You know, all the
I never
nostalgia was
liked
crazy. If you saw all the
like
Karate Kid movies and then you saw Cobra Kai, like all the bringing everybody back was just
right.
great. You know,
Yeah, I wasn't a Daniel fan. I never liked him. I thought he was corny
interesting. You were
the
not a
entire
Daniel
way.
fan.
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Wow.
He didn't resonate. He didn't resonate at all. Like
He
it
was
was
supposed to
kind of
resonate
corny.
with most kids. That's how they designed him.
Yeah, he missed me.
They wanted you to feel like kids to relate to him, to being like, like somewhat
I,
of a
I was
scrawny
rolling with
kid.
Johnny. I was rolling with Chosen. I was rolling with Matt
You were
Barnes. I was
Cobra Kai the
rolling
whole
with
time.
man. Like the man can't see, he can't fight. Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, like yeah, yeah. Oh man.
The
So
whole put him in a body bag was
yeah, yes,
that was
forever.
freestyled.
Right.
They put
It
that
was.
Well, they inserted that in. They were
Yeah,
like, "I'll put him in a body bag. Yo, keep that." Who said
that's it
that?
forever. Yeah. Put them
Yeah.
in a body bag.
They made
Like
that.
they all shucked the ways, like the things that was like, oh yeah, Cobra Kai was wrong, and we were kids, and they were wrong to do that. And then they got in that bar scene, and nobody was trying to break up the fight. Everybody was striking fast, striking first, and striking hard. Okay,
Yeah.
so I was like, yeah, this was nuts. These little kids were scrapping. Okay,
Yeah.
they were scrapping. Like it was beautiful. Okay, so the little LaRusso kid, the little brother, he was a chump, and that little black dude and his brother was pretty dope.
Yo, this my girl right here though.
Oh, the Instagram lady?
Oh man, no, she's
Yeah.
a fighter in real life.
Yeah.
This girl was already Reina Vallandigham. She was already viral on the internet for being like a badass like martial artist.
Yeah, that's probably why they brought her in. Because it made
totally.
sense. It made sense to have, real fighters in there.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
she
like,
was
Terry Silver got to
killing.
be 300 years old and he's still whooping Polk's ass. Like, I was like, man, this was dope. This was dope.
Oh, she had
And
skills.
the Asian lady that was brought in, she was hard. Like, again, with respect to the arts, in the martial sciences, you're not gonna run up against people who've been born and bred to do this and expect some sort of sympathy. They don't work like that. They
Right.
care, but they care about you pushing you to your limit, having you discover a part of yourself that you didn't know existed. So
Yeah.
yeah, she was pretty dope.
No, she had some fire. I'm trying to pull up that video where she was just killing it. This one. Hold on. So she's like a real life champion.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, who is this chick? She's a Capricorn. An achiever. But she's got like mad videos of just doing like all this crazy stuff, man. Straight hot as hell. Capricorn chick. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. But then, like, I was already a fan. I was already following her on Instagram. And then when I saw Cobra Kai bring her out, I'm like, what? I was like,
always have to have somebody for a level of authenticity.
I'm like, yo, she's going to kill everybody.
And she didn't disappoint either.
Oh, man. I was happy as hell. But, I wanted her to, like, be victorious at the end. And, like, the way, they did her. It's like, well, it's for the story.
Yeah.
In real life, she would have killed everybody. But
yeah, those kids were in tears when this was over with.
Oh, for sure.
They were like, we got used to this, and years put in, and blah blah blah. Like it was nostalgic.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they came out with this side because the Karate Kid, I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
it was corny.
They're still going though.
This made it great. Like there's a new one, right, with Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio.
Yep.
Maybe it's just Ralph Macchio. He's corny as a person.
Oh, I know. They had to, but now they have a new apprentice. So now, not a new apprentice. They have a new student.
Hopefully it's not too much of this.
So he's gone from the student to the master, as far as Ralph goes. And then Jackie Chan, obviously, they had to bring in someone big.
Somebody with real authenticity, somebody that's a real martial artist.
Yeah.
I'm sure this young man is a martial artist. Ralph Macchio, they rumored to say like he has a black belt in real life, but I don't see it.
Yeah, he had to get close enough as an actor.
Well, in the real karate world, because this is reflective. Like Jackie Chan and Jet Li are anomalies.
Yeah.
Not like Donnie Yen and some of these other guys. They are martial artists who happen to act.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
They're not
actors
who portray
martial artists.
like Michael Jai White, he's a martial artist that happens to act.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Wesley Snipes was a martial artist for a long time. We just we didn't know till like around Passenger 54 or something like that. But he's a martial artist, but we know him as an actor.
Yeah, and you forgive them for their bad acting, because this isn't their main thing. So when they act bad, it's like watching John Cena. It's like, well, this isn't their first thing, but John Cena is technically still an actor when he's doing WWF or even The Rock.
He's a great actor over there.
Yeah.
It doesn't translate to the films.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock got better. You know what I mean? He became a better actor, I think. Because he's done so many movies that he's typecasted.
He does his Stone Cold in movies.
Exactly. He's still The Rock. He's The Rock everywhere.
He's not The Rock. He's like Stone Cold as an actor.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like
he's The Rock everywhere he goes.
He's doing The Rock thing. He's all Stone Cold. You like this is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh my gosh.
Do that with me, boy, and blah 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 blah.
What the hell?
All you need in the background is what?
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 Hey, look how much bigger he was than than Family.
He's supposed to be like some kick-ass brawler.
Yeah. That's a whole other movie though.
Yeah, that make you believe it for a moment.
But yeah, Cobra Kai was cool. I'm gonna watch that. Final Destination. Not really.
I'm in there.
Yeah.
I'm watching it 2 or 3 times at the movie theater.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna
2 or 3 tickets back to back. Even though my heart might be hurt a little bit because isn't Final Destination without Tony Todd?
I don't know.
Like Tony Todd, the guy who played Candyman, AD, if you don't know.
Ooh, that was an older movie. I remember seeing Candyman, yeah.
Yeah, in Sinners, there's a timeline with October 16th, 1932, October 16th, 1992. And October 16th, 1992 is when Candyman was released.
Wow, man, you remember the dates.
So it's in the study, in the research, you kind of go into it. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was formed in October 16th, 1966. So October 16th is kind of prevalent. You look at Ryan Coogler, he's from Oakland, and that's where the Black Panther Party was formed. That version of it, you see what I'm saying? So it's like they're all kind of dates, and if you don't look at dates, you won't see something.
Word. All right, we got a super chat here from You Goddess, the poet. Yo, it's always nice to have females come aboard the Podcraft because it's rare. I
agree with that.
Right?
I agree with that.
I
agree because again, what angle are you telling the story from? What angle are you telling the story from?
The show. Well, let me read it for those at home. The show started because there was an age-old debate that Danielson was really the villain the whole time, not Johnny. Okay, go ahead, proceed.
I agree with that. I agree with because of why this story. Like, this is an age-old situation, right? Like, you come out of nowhere and you just pop up and, you cast this guy to the side. And for the people who ever wondered what happened to Johnny, this series gives you some insight. He said, I lost everything. He was a 2-time champion before that. So it wasn't like that was his first time. He was defending champion, and then all of the stuff that's there shifts because this guy comes in town and he gets taught by somebody that nobody knows, and he hits him with an illegal kick, and that illegal kick changes everything. Right? He loses his girl. He loses everything. This right here, this scene.
It was an illegal kick, huh?
Yeah.
But in Cobra Kai, he pointed out, in fact, this was what helped Johnny in the last fight was he pulled back and let him come to him. Remember? And Daniel-san said, hey, all I did was let you come to me, and I gave you the kick. And so Johnny took that advice. You notice that he was going backwards, let him come to. There's so much philosophy you can work with on that, and you can relate that to life and everything about. And look, that works also with Tai Chi.
Hey, this guy's a real martial arts champion. The guy that's the referee.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he is the champ. I remember that.
Yeah, he's not no slouch.
Also, the guy in Cobra Kai who was the referee was somebody important.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
No, I was just saying, like, there's always a scene, like, there's always somebody in the background, like Steven Seagal, Alpha Justice. He had a European stick fighting champion that he fought against. You see what I'm saying? So it's like Jet Li, he's fighting all these martial arts champions and movies. So it's not like he's fighting slouches.
Yeah.
You know, so I was just glad to see Matt Barnes. Think you're gonna kick? Like Matt Barnes. Not only did he beat him, he tortured him.
He was badass though.
Yeah.
He had that bully look though. You know what I mean? He looked like someone you'd see in the schoolyard that would pick on the kids. Man, I ran across a few bullies in high school. I never got beat up, but I did have some dudes want to kick my ass because I was talking to their girls. But like I was just homies with the girls. I wasn't like messing with them too hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I ended up always being friends with the bullies eventually. But there was some I know there's some tough kids in my school that wanted to mess with me at first, but once they got to know me, it was all right. He's like, all right, he's cool. But yeah, my school had some dangerous kids. Never got in a scrap though. I never really had to actually fight.
All the time,
Yeah, I got into arguments, but it never got into fisticuffs. You know, there was always the joust in PE. Did you ever have the joust in physical education? They would give you these big long, like foam pads. It was similar to American Gladiator.
Yeah, and I had the pugil sticks in the military, but not.
Oh wow.
School. Yeah. It was the same kind of American Gladiator type of situation.
People know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, it was like this.
Yeah, I called them.
That was the closest thing I've been into a fight was.
Q-tips.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same way. One hand over, one hand under.
Yeah.
I broke a guy's helmet, AD, with that when I hit him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
And they had the sergeant come against me, and I broke his helmet, and then it was nuts.
Wow. So yeah, man, we'll see what happens with these next movies. I just want to.
Name for a dojo.
Yeah.
That'd be like he was my hero. And the badass name for it,
and still. No, that was great. But they had good villains, good bad guys.
Right. Good bad guys.
The guy who said sweep the leg.
Yeah, sweep the leg.
Yeah, he had a villainous face. Like, It's amazing how much the look is important. You know? He had a tough dude face. He looked like a bad guy. And even throughout the Cobra Kai series, he was still a good bad guy, you know? I'm just glad they all...
They can't hear me. Can you hear me okay, AD?
Yeah, I can hear you. Here, let me turn... Oh, shit. Let me turn your voice... Say something.
Mic check. 1, 2.
Yo, you were low. My bad. I had to lower it because when I was playing the preview, it was too high. My bad, yo. Thanks for saying that. Okay, I got you back up again.
Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai.
There you go.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, it was cool. I'm just happy they all aged well enough to be back into the show. Do you know what I mean? Because some actors and actresses don't age well. Um, Mark Hamill. I wasn't happy to see him come back as Luke Skywalker. I don't think he knew he was gonna ever come back as Luke Skywalker.
Right.
Because
Right.
age can take a toll on you if you don't take care of yourself. But I guess he looked okay for what it was. But it's funny. For these characters, you kind of want them to maintain themselves as best as possible. Some people age better than others, depending on how they take care of themselves. But it worked out. It was a good show.
Terry Silver looked like he didn't age at all. Okay, like his hair just got gray.
Who?
And that was
Oh
it.
yeah. That's why it was so perfect.
Like Terry Silver becomes Terry Silver.
Oh yeah. Dude, he was great. The guy was such.
You want to be Cobra Kai?
Oh
You want
man.
to be Cobra Kai? Like he just went from that to, gray hair.
Yeah. Dude, perfectly. He still looked like a bad guy, just older.
Right.
And it's perfect because his last name is Silver and his hair is silver. Like it was such a good villain. He played it really well. Dude was badass. I just remember seeing him fight the old man. He was like, "Whoa!"
Whoa.
Remember?
Oh yeah.
And then when he got beat up, he got made fun of. Whoa.
That's the only guy who beat him. He whooped everybody else's behind. Like he whooped Daniel's behind. He whooped Johnny's behind.
You can't.
He even got Chosen. He whooped Chosen. I was like, man, he whooped Chosen?
Wow.
Matt Barnes, everybody. He whooped everybody.
Yeah.
He even whooped John Kreese.
No, you have Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, what do you think about the AI version of him that they put out?
What the hell? Where am I at here? There we go.
What do you think about the AI version?
They did. It was obvious it was AI, but it was still cool.
It was nostalgic. I could
nostalgic.
see people screaming at the screen like, "Oh my gosh, Mr. Miyagi's in there fighting!" Yeah,
But it was smart to make it a dream sequence.
yeah.
Because you would see imperfections even in a dream, like you know what I mean, like it'd be a little bit faded, you know what I mean, their faces and there. So it wasn't 100% accurate. You know what I mean? There's some details they probably could have worked in there, but like Mr. Miyagi
And
was
his
like
actual body double stunt guy is a guy who looks just like him, who did all of the martial arts scenes. He didn't do any of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and he's like a real martial arts champion. So, maybe these sequences he might have done, but the fighting, he did all of the fighting.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be able to tell this guy. Same build, same phenotypical space, all of that. For them to be able to capture it, people are thinking this guy who didn't speak, no Japanese or no Chinese or nothing. This dude from San Francisco, he did a better Red Fox than he did with Mr. Miyagi, but he had the look. He had the look. You know what I'm saying? So you look at this guy, you might think he's a martial artist or, he's a guy that speaks these languages, but he's from Hollywood. He was on Sanford and Son and he was on Happy Days.
On Happy Days, that's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
To do with that. He was a comedian,
Wow.
A comedian.
I just remember as a kid, because this was one of the movies where you actually learned something. And you respect movies where you can learn things, you know what I mean? And I remember watching it and I'm like, wow, why is he making them clean the car? Why does he have to wax the car? Like she's trying to learn karate and he has to scrub the floors. And then when you see him kind of use all of that wax on, wax off, like, oh, okay, it's all coming together now. It's like, okay. It's like people were getting a small little basic lesson on karate.
Yeah, Jackie Chan did it with, Jaden Smith would Pick Up Your Jacket.
I didn't see the Jaden Smith Karate Kid. Was that good?
Yeah. It kind of fits in this, kind of motif right
They should have brought him into Cobra Kai. That would have been cool.
Yeah, that would have been real cool. But I think they did with the little black kid that they had in there where they kind of did like an old, because he's old now, so trying to fit him into something. And, it was different. When he was a little kid, he probably would have got away with it, but now he's old, trying to be in there. Even they could have made him like the older brother. I think that would have been pretty cool. And they were trying to get the girl from the next Karate Kid in there too.
Oh yeah.
What was it, Christy Swanson or whatever her name was?
Yeah. That was Karate Kid too?
the next Karate Kid.
Oh, that was right. That was the yeah. They brought back Elizabeth Shue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that girl. But they didn't bring her back into Cobra Kai, huh?
You know, people were asking for her. I don't remember her name, but
Julie Pierce.
oh, Julie Pierce. There we go.
It was still great.
Yeah.
Great show.
Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. That shit was corny.
Yeah.
Like, called Cobra Kai.
Hey, a lot of people liked what's it? The Stingray.
Mm-hmm.
That guy had his own little part. He sold it
he
well.
He had the Jim Belushi kind of thing going on. Like it was epic. It was beautiful. He's like, yeah, man, you know, I'm here, blah blah blah. Like he had the whole thing going on. Like he really had that beautiful comic relief space where he took it all together.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the other guy's name?
He did good.
Lark from Mall Cop and who was the other guy? They kind of got these personages, so he follows that whole thing right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's hard to tell who in the chat's already seen Cobra Kai and who hasn't. I feel like most people, like 60%, has. Oh, you got it. Says Hillary Swank.
Yeah. Shout out to you guys. I said Hillary Swank.
Oh yeah, I said it was Julie Pierce. I guess I read the wrong thing. Yeah, she still looks good too. She could have came on the show. It's up to the casting directors. I get it. I shouldn't be a casting director because I would want to bring everybody back in.
You can find a way.
Yeah.
M. Night Shyamalan. If I ever get a hold of him and I bring him to the Podcraft, 20 years difference between Unbreakable and Glass. I think it's longer than that, but it's still 20 years. And he brought back everybody that he could find and everybody that agreed. The original set workers from Unbreakable, everybody. And he said that there was a nostalgic moment on the set where you see all of these guys in their costumes, right?
Mm-hmm.
In their costumes after 20-something years on the set. Like there was like the cast and the people, they got teary-eyed just looking like, man, like this is really real. This is really happening. To see Bruce Willis in this green poncho and, Samuel Jackson in this purple and, James McAvoy in the yellow. Even though he's like a later addition. But he's based off of the kid that they showed in the train station in Philadelphia. He's getting abused because his father was he died in the train accident, the train that derailed. So
Unbreakable.
Yeah. M. Night Shyamalan. I wanted to know from his perspective, what was his thoughts and his feelings about seeing this thing take off in the way that it was, because Bruce Willis was the psychiatrist in Sixth Sense. And Samuel Jackson wanted to be the psychiatrist in this film. But he said when he saw that he had Bruce Willis, he was like, man, you got the best. So he finds a way to weave him into this space where they're both on the screen together, like Die Hard. I think it's 3.
Yeah.
Die Hard 3 together. And now they're in this epic movie right here. So
my favorite Bruce Willis movie is none other than The Fifth Element.
Kobe, my man. Kobe.
This was so good, man. This was a cult classic.
Yeah.
So good. It's also one of the last times we saw Luke Perry.
Yeah. Gary Oldman in this.
And you got Chris Tucker doing a phenomenal job.
Kobe, my man. Yeah, that and him in the Rush Hour series was nuts.
Yeah.
And Money Talks too. Money Talks.
Yeah, so many good movies, man.
Bruce, for me, he had one iconic scene in Pulp Fiction.
Bruce, Pulp Fiction, which one? What scene?
He's in the taxi cab.
When he shot Marvin in the face?
No. That you talking about John Travolta.
Oh.
Bruce Willis was the boxer in the scene. Like all of his little scenes, he had a couple of scenes that were there where he had some speaking parts, but he's in there with Esmeralda. Esmeralda is the taxi driver from Eastern Europe. She's like, Pooch. What does that mean? He said, I'm American, honey. Our names don't mean shit. Yeah, right. Just like this. Like he jumps out of the window to escape because he's supposed to take a dive, and he doesn't take a dive, and they're after his head, and he jumps out of this window, and he's like ripping off his gloves with his mouth, like the tape.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he makes it back home to his girl who's from a European country. She's like, he said, whose motorcycle is this? It's not a motorcycle, baby. It's a chopper. Whose chopper is this? Zed. Who's Zed? Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just iconic. I'm telling you, this whole little thing right there, like all of these little scenes that he's in, and he's like, I'm American, honey. Our names don't mean shit. So it's like, what's his name? And Fight Club. You seen Fight Club, AD?
Yeah, of course.
What's the guy who's not the one who plays Tyler Durden? What's his name? Not Ed Norton. What's the other guy?
Oh. You're talking about Tyler Durden?
Tyler Durden is two people. Ed Norton, who's the other guy? The chat knows. I'm sure they said it like 27 times already.
You mean Brad Pitt?
Brad Pitt. There we go.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt. So he has like this Brad Pitt kind of aura / Patrick Swayze Roadhouse kind of thing that he has in this film, which is Tarantino's second film after Reservoir Dogs. Reservoir Dogs, this is like this second installment from him. Yeah. Whose motorcycle is this? It's not a motorcycle, baby. It's a chopper. Whose chopper is this? Zed. Who's Zed? Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm telling you, it's iconic. Like all of the hell he goes through to make it back to this woman. He's like, you didn't get my pancakes with blueberries and all of this stuff. Like she's just oblivious to everything that's going on, and she forgets to watch, and that's why he has to go back to the apartment. You know what I'm saying? So John Travolta, after Samuel Jackson characters, like his ability to be able, Quentin Tarantino be able to tell his story like the Star Wars guy. What's his name? George Lucas.
George Lucas, yeah.
You could tell the story at any point. Like he told it from the ending to the beginning type of situation and made it, and everything came like a prequel after. Like he's telling the story at whatever point. That first scene is, damn near the ending scene. And he gets to be able to pull it off where the story is still coherent, where it goes back through their day without you like, wait a minute, what's going on?
That's why.
He has Harvey Keitel in there. Like, come on, he's Winston Duke. Like, all right, the wolf. So it's like all of these little things all together with the nuances. My bad, AD.
No, I was gonna say that's why what Priest just did with his movie. Priest has a movie coming out. It shows the perspective of Daniel in the lion's den from the perspective of the lion.
That's a bar right there.
I mean, that's what Priest did. So
And
that
Daniel
yeah,
becomes the prophet of Belshazzar. You see what I'm saying? And then he starts dealing with King Nebuchadnezzar. You know, he's the one that can interpret the dreams. And you go back to the Matrix, with Morpheus, his ship was called the Nebuchadnezzar. And when the ship gets destroyed in part 2, he talks about the dream. I had a dream once, blah, 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 in honor of Nebuchadnezzar. The Nebuchadnezzar and the dream world. Because literally, his quest to look for the one, what he tells the neophyte is that you've been living in a dream world.
yeah.
So when I was talking about the land of Nod earlier and everybody sleep, you know, we had to deal with that. As far as the Matrix and the Matrix and its relationship to the movie that preceded it.
Which one?
What's the name of that movie? Zodiac and I did a whole breakdown on it.
Oh, I'm sure. Want me to ask AI?
Yeah, because I can't remember the name. The guy, the protagonist is John Murdoch.
So what do you want to know?
What was the name of the movie with John Murdoch as a character? Everything comes from that movie. Pre-seen that movie as well. We talked about it in depth. I just can't remember the name right now.
Dark City?
Dark City. There we go. Because Zodiac did a whole adaptation of it called Arc City. It's Dark City, yeah. And, you know, they had these guys in black robes telling everybody to sleep. You know, they came from the underground. And they controlled Earth and they controlled time. Blah, blah. Shout out to Two Eyes. You know, they had the ability to basically snap their fingers and tell people to sleep, you know. So dark
like a hypnotist.
Yeah, like a hypnotist without having to do anything else. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Zodiac with this deep dive. I was like, how did this miss me? Yeah, you see Kiefer Sutherland in there. Like, it's a real good movie. And they say this, look, he's basically crucified on the clock.
Oh, wow. You were just talking about clocks.
Yeah. Yeah. So Kiefer Sutherland is the scientist in the movie. And, you know, Kiefer Sutherland, ever since The Lost Boys, he's forever that guy. To me, he's forever that guy. You're eating maggots, Michael. How do they taste? Join us, Michael. Join us.
Wow. Shout out to Two Eyes. You Goddess the Poet says, does Kiefer Sutherland even act anymore?
I don't know. Kiefer Sutherland or Don Sutherland. I remember Don Sutherland.
What you got? Orange juice?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Orange juice is where it's
Vitamin Z. And give me a little bit of that vitamin Z.
It's got a lot of vitamins. I like orange juice. I got the freshly squeezed from Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Man. Okay. Fire.
Are there any more submissions, or that was it?
So we got one more submission while we were talking, and it's by Aurora Borealis from the Holy City in New York. This one is called Flat Earth versus Spherical Earth. I think it's a resubmit, but I'm not sure if he changed.
Resubmit.
He changed the mix or anything, so we'll see.
Flat Earth versus spherical map. I travel to Atlas and figure where I'm at. Space map, run lap, rap along the satellite moonlight. Flat Earth was a spherical map. I traveled the atlas to figure where I'm at. Space map, wrong lap, rap along the satellite, moonlight. Yo, image taking a mini planet in a day-to-day basis. The alchemist spherical composition, the man arm, leg, arm, head. So what make you? I'm alive too. Many a time which conclude to this. Life of the abyss, light spark from the darkness. And in my mental, the hip-hop, pole, paradiddle, riddle, the instrumental, sentimental. Atmosphere, atmos flat. It's not measurable, it's not provable. It's real, Isaiah verse 22. It is he who sits above the circle. He converse, counteract the forces from the dark evil. You can see the horizon from the steeple, the steep hill, the time zone contrast that from the east coast to the city of the angel. From every angle, the change of the seasons, another reason. Quit blaspheming, binoculars by any means in an ocean by a lake, for heaven's sake. Seashore, top of a tower, top of a hill, mountain, count incredible lunar eclipse, cast a shadow of the earth and the moon, reflecting off the sun, extraordinary precision oblate. Flat Earth versus spherical map. I traveled the atlas to figure where I'm at. Space map, wrong lap, rap along the satellite, moonlight. Flat Earth versus spherical map. I traveled the atlas to figure where I'm at. Space map, wrong lap, rap along the satellite, moonlight.
What'd you think about that, Knowledge?
It sounds better. I know that's a resubmission. From a sonic perspective, I can hear him more. And that's important. So to be able to present both sides, again, before, as I said, he's able to present both sides of the argument without leaning to one or the other. That's the skill. Most folks go by what their inclination is based off of their connection to it. So I think he did a good job, as I said, going with both sides. And as we approach Gemini season, we dealing in duality. So shout out to Aurora being able to do both of those spaces, man. And if I was in New York City, I would have seen Aurora and Reborn and Rebizzle at the show with Killah Priest and Ali Star and Full Moon and everybody that John Newsom was in attendance with. I think that was pretty epic. Dope. I think I would have been bothering Sunseas for about 2 hours, AD, going over all his verses. He'd be like, leave me alone. I'd be like, no.
Damn.
Oh, next. I was an Onyx head, AD.
He just needed
Onyx at the end of this month.
He needed bass.
He needed bass?
All is missing is bass, low end. Like, I get the artistic part of it. I get the lyric. His lyrics are good. It's just his beats are not giving his lyrics justice. They're just missing the bass. And if you I'm looking for an 808. It doesn't need much.
So give it something. Give it like a real-time AD reaction where you would put something in that beat. 'Cause I see you working it already. Your wheels are working. Yeah, definitely a world. Next time, by God's grace.
I need an 808.
Reborn, you ain't have to stun on me in the chat, fam. Okay, I know you were there, sir. I know that you was there, sir. Okay, you ain't have to. You said they stunting on me, AD. Like, why you
Who's stunting on you?
me
What you
like
mean?
that? Reborn's like, yeah, it was dope. You know what I'm saying? You should have been there. You understand what I'm saying? You should have been there. So, yeah, it was dope.
Getting too much
AD,
delay.
can you see this album?
Whose album?
The one I got on there. You probably can't see me, but I hope you can see this album.
All it does, so the AI is cutting out everything except the background. I'm gonna buy my MPC because it has to be like a bass kick.
But that's Raekwon's album, Fly International Luxurious Art, autographed by the artistic mind of John Newsom, who created both of these albums.
Yeah.
Visually from an artistic perspective, Forest of the Happily Ever After and Shilajit Raekwon's album cover. I'm honored and thankful to receive these as gifts. You know, John Newsom will be in the Killah. And some other folk. You know, AD gave us AD, man. I had to give you some serious love on uh giving us what you gave us in regards to your connection to Priest and your story, like your story as a whole. I think that's a really dope episode. And then seeing you with DJ Blazer and y'all going back and forth
Oh, you talking about the
about
last episode?
the last episode.
Yeah.
I want that to have it some kind of way. If we have to recreate that, if y'all are together and y'all could go
clip
back
it.
through something, yeah, like it's so necessary. Like you never know the details until you know the details. Like you
Yeah.
spoke about it, and then he gave his perspective. Like, all right, yeah, this was there, this and this, and down to these intricate details that were there. So I think both of y'all together to kind of put it is something.
It was that Irvine
Rich.
studio we had, man.
Yeah,
Because
Irvine
I was
studio.
able to work every day. I think I was
Right.
only DJing like twice a week, Fridays and
Mm.
Saturdays. So I had this time, and we were just making beats and recording and mixing, and I was just producing nonstop. And then Vendetta Kings came along, and I was recording them. I did a whole album for them. Back then he was King David and Ghost. Now he's Maze Overlay, but yeah,
Right.
it was good experience. It was a lot for me to learn, you know.
Those times matter. You know what I'm saying? Seeing you on the
Yeah.
stage, seeing you in your element.
Oh, yeah, that
it
was
adds
fun.
to your credibility when you're talking about the culture because you have inserted yourself in a way that's undeniable in regards to your offering. So now they might see you and be like, what does this guy know about blah blah blah?
I know that was the thing. It was everyone was always be like, "Well, who's this AD guy? Like, how does he know anything?" And it's like you have to subscribe to my YouTube channel to like really understand what I got going
Yeah.
on. You know what I mean? And like what I did, I get it. But like
Yeah.
that episode allowed me to tell my story about how I met Priest, what I was doing.
Right.
The crazy part wasn't so musical either. It was the fact that I was like already into like deep stuff. You know,
Mhm.
I was into astrology. I was into numerology, astrotheology. I was following Santos Bonacci. So I was already into like a deep realm. And then
When you
of
got
all the
Priest
artists, for
there-
me to work with, it was the fact that it was Priest
Yeah.
was perfect. You know what I mean? If it was any other famous,
When
if it
you
was
had Priest up there talking that Priest talks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to curb my language a little bit. That's the Priest that I know and love. Everybody don't know that guy.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They don't know that guy. That guy right there, you had him in the most comfortable space ever. And that's who I seen run off MCs. That guy right there.
Yeah.
That's not somebody that you wanted to toy with. Like for real. On no level. Who did I have on? Thurston Howard III. Honest to him. Thurston Howard III explained on the wind down yesterday how he sent verses out to people and people never got them back. They never came out. There's songs that never came out. There's 1,000 tracks of Priest that's out there that we never heard
Yeah.
because of that. Because the verse went out and then all of a sudden, nobody's about to get done up on their own song. So when Cannabis, he spoke of it out loud.
Yeah.
You can't defeat me. You can't control or delete me. Dig, you can't even shine on the song that features me. He's talking about all of those MCs where people you want to work with an artist until you hear him on the track, and now all of a sudden you're like, I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. I thought I was doing something, you know. KRS to get you. You know what I'm saying? KRS to get you. What's my man from Black Market Militia? William Cooper. William Cooper to get you. He'll get you. William Cooper will get you. If you playing, you're gonna get done up. Will Cooper will get you on a track. You understand what I'm saying? Cannabis will get you on the track. There's some of the people that y'all love and it's in y'all top 5 that are alive. There's some other folks that will get them. They'll get them. You know, so they're game changers in that regard. You know, Sean Price will get you. Prodigy will get you. Rest in peace to them both. Big Pun will get you. You know what I'm saying? So there were select spaces where they didn't want none of that. Super Nat is not out in the public because Super Nat will get you on the track. Planet Asia get you on the track, but you just be you'd be like, yeah, that was just dope. I don't even know. Like, but you're God. Rascast will get you. You're God. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, what like a Kai Zodiac could get you. Ty Phoenix will get you. Kill Rifkin, they'll get you. That's why they really preset. They'll get you. You understand what I'm saying? So I see Reborn mention Rakim. Yeah, Rakim will get you. Big Daddy Kane will get you. KRS-One. He said love's gonna get you, but he's gonna get you on the track. Because you have to bring your best self to the track. So for those who are working in this art form, whether you're producing or you're MCing or you're a vocalist, you got to bring your best because there's hungries that's out here. You know, Mick said to Rocky in Rocky 3, he said, the worst thing that happened to you happens to a fighter is that you got civilized. You got something to lose. So you fighting against somebody with nothing to lose. 3 times, Rocky 3, 4, and 5. Rocky's fighting 3 people with nothing to lose. He's fighting Mr. T, right? He fights Dolph Lundgren and he fights Tommy Morrison. All 3 of them are presented as archetypes that have nothing to lose. That's a dangerous type of situation. Oh, Reborn shouted out Coogee Rap. Yeah, Coogee Rap will get you. Coogee Rap got you. He didn't try to get you. He got you.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why people like Craig G and Master Ace become so epic because they were in there with piranhas and sharks and alligators and crocodiles. You see what I'm saying? And they were there and they held their own. It was like, oh, Master Ace on the symphony, like he set it off. Like they're like, nah, you go. You see what I'm saying? And they're like, I don't care who's first or who's last. Like, so if you hear the symphony, that's Marley responding to them saying, well, let him go first. Let him go first. Let him go first. Let him go first. He said, I don't care who's first or who's last, but you just better drop this at the drop of a dime, baby. So you hear Master Ace and then you hear Craig G because Kane and G Rap wasn't going first. They was like, who's these other guys? You know, who's Glasses? They had called Master Ace Glasses. Like, it was wild disrespectful. And then they heard him spit, and it was like, oh. So he's looking at them rhyming. He's like, listen closely. See, your attention's undivided. I'm like, ooh. Like, so that's like Fourth Chamber with Priest. With Jizzy and everybody else, they you know, they're making jokes and talking noise. He's like, he goes in that booth like I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Like that's a game changer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, these become situations where I'm like, these are undeniable people. Like Jadakiss will get you, DMX will get you, Styles P will get you. They'll get you. You understand? Like you don't want to be in that position where you got. You thought it was yours. Oh, they brought up Razor and Prodigal Son in 60. Oh, yeah, they'll all get you. They'll all get you. This is why they represent the Son of Man. You see what I'm saying? The only true living God, which was the Son of Man. Like, so shout out to 60 for making that plain, like the sons of man and, the prodigal son. You see what I'm saying? And Hellraiser, now Heaven Raiser. Like all of these ones, Shabazz the disciple will get you. Don't get caught up. You understand? Like don't leave a toe out. Don't leave nothing out because they coming for you.
That's what's up.
So.
Yo, you see what I got on right now?
Ooh, AD, you my hero.
Do the Knowledge Radio.
Yeah, that is dope. I got a ill trailer and a ill pilot for my docuseries for Do Knowledge Radio. That's coming. Shout out to Che Black. Che Black is a mastermind, a masterful one that does amazing work. There's nobody that I could trust with that visual artistry and putting things together like Che Black in regards to what it is. So, we're coming back out, AD. We're doing another go around and putting some other people in there together. So the Killimentary is going to be crazy.
Nice.
I promise everybody's going to enjoy that.
That's what's up, man. Well, hey, we finished up all of our song promotions for today. Shout out to everybody who submitted those tracks. Today is Thursday? Yeah. And we'll be back on Sunday Fun Day. No.
You're doing it on Mother's Day?
We're not doing it on Mother's Day. I just forgot. No show on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, because Sunday's like, my day I can go visit my folks. So since that's already Mother's Day, it's like, well, we just made that perfect. But we'll be back. You got the next Wednesday for the wind down.
Yes.
And then next Thursday for the next Podcraft.
Yeah, E Boogie and a few other people. And shout out to Thurston Howe the Third and Young Hunk for yesterday. Yesterday was amazing. He mentioned E Boogie. So when we start talking about Scoop and Scrap and some of the hip hop dancers, he was very iconic. And his story is amazing. And who he worked with and all kinds of people. When people didn't hear of them, he was working with them. So it's going to be another great experience on next week on the wind down. I'm loving the wind down, AD. I'm telling you.
It's looking good. I tune in every now and then.
Yeah, we got to have you over there to share your story.
Yeah,
when you're off work and you not behind the board, so you could just come be you.
On a Wednesday, it would have to be before 8 o'clock. Before 7:30, because 7:30 I got to get ready for work. I got to be at work by 9:45, and I like to do like my meal prep and all that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, so it'd be like 5 or 6 your time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Wait, so where you located at? You in the East Coast?
Yeah, East Coast.
Wow, there's a time difference.
Yeah.
So for me over here, we have to be done by 7:30, but I could probably pop in for like a little bit.
Yeah, that would be dope. That would be dope to catch you in your element.
Yeah.
You're not bogged down with everything else, because I know what it takes to put on a show.
You guys are using StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just have to log into a StreamYard thing.
Yeah.
I always wanted to check out StreamYard. I barely used it at all. I use Zoom and team meetings. So. All right, that's what's up. Anything else?
Honest to you, honest to the Podcraft, the Godcraft, the greatest place on the internet to come be you and represent who you truly are.
Yeah. Y'all make sure you
and play more Killah Priest and wear more Killah Priest. You understand what I'm saying? Play more Killah Priest and wear more Killah Priest. And honest to you, AD, aka Architect D, for always holding up the rocket and holding up the show. Amazing.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Honored to be here. Make sure y'all check out KillerPriest.tv, the official website. Links in the description. You can also see the merchandise for Killah Priest, and there's a merch store just for the Killah Priest Podcraft merch. And of course, check out Force of the Heavy Ever After with John Newsom's artwork. And that's what's up. And then check out my website, sounddaddy.tv, and my YouTube, and exclusivedirect.com for exclusive Wu-Tang merch. Yeah.
I need that.
That's what's up. All right, so we are out. And we will see y'all next time.
Peace.
Peace.
The government tell us we woke, and at the same time sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watch through a telescope? The Illuminati cyclops, beast mark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocket the nebula quotes is like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Rod Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. They made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter Wright, he could steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Into the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say killer flows is like pillar porticos that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display of gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers. As the clan went from loud records, and priests and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's are where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants. With unclean skin disease, they called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on steelies inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis, lazuli, channel vibes to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks, 6 on amethyst. I write my scrolls on the clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold, the untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen bin, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most roll to him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins. When we take the mic, we're the walking life.
The D's rated houses looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands. The razors in the juxin, through the mazes of the bullpen. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims, except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What words will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Dazed, the mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver, a gold spitter and a soul filler. I came to slay the Antichrist. Walking life. Yeah, that's my prayer.
Now, who were some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing.